Hello and welcome, everybody. Welcome to the stream. I put a 1 in the chat if you can see and hear me. I can finally breathe a little bit today. Holy mackerel. I've been having a big breathing problem lately, but today is actually a little bit better. Took a bunch of medicine, including allergy medicine. Seem to be doing a little better in the afternoon here, so we'll see how it goes. So come on in, relax, take it easy. Feel free to jump onto the server, everybody. We're going to try to expand our Mistland empire in the mighty Valheim right over here. Sadly, I've been out on and off trying to deal with my breathing problem, but I think it's stabilized. We'll see what happens, right? You don't really know until you know, you know? Also trying to drink lots of water to keep myself hydrated. And also trying to do a lot of walking and trying to stay strong for this one last wave project. Now, again, tonight we're just going to be expanding. We already took out the final boss previously, and now we're just going to be expanding our empire, letting everybody get in. Now, I already put the new info already in there, so feel free to jump in there. I see only Unforgiven's in right now, and if we don't have that many people, that's okay. We'll just tinker around with some various different types of building. And dive right in. So feel free to jump in, everybody. Again, I did update that information. Now, I am going to leave this server as is in case they do come out with an update in the future, unless I have to use it for something else. But for right now, I'm going to go ahead and just leave it. And then I will be rolling the 7 Days to Die server for Alpha 21 when that drops. Still no new information on that, I don't think. Let me go look over here. Still no new information over there, I don't think. Yes, I don't see anything. Yeah. Nope. No info. No info. No updated info. So we obviously know it's not this weekend. But we also got some fun after we play some Valheim. One of the games that I really like is called MLB The Show. Basically Major League Baseball. Baseball is my favorite of all the sports. And we're going to be playing a little bit of that later. Thank them for sponsoring the stream, including they sponsored a giveaway for you guys to get MLB The Show as well. So this is sometimes, I try to show some love. Not just to the peeps on PC, but also the peeps on Xbox, PlayStation, Switch, whatever you're on. So in this case, I also have a copy for the Xbox One for one of you. So I'm going to be going and giving that away later on as well. So stick around for that as well. Free stuff is awesome. It's like 60 bucks in your pocket right there. 60 bucks you don't have to spend, and you can use it for yourself or give it away to a friend. Hey, it's your code. You do whatever you want with it. So there we go. So we're going to go ahead and get that started right over here. Very excited about checking out that new Alpha 21. That'll be our next major group play game that we do. Definitely want to also finish my playthrough of Hogwarts Legacy and just so many things I would like to do. As well as doing the mega run. That's right, the mega run of Fallout 4, which we're doing as well. We're doing it Sunday on YouTube and then Mondays on Twitch. So if you would like to see an epic level playthrough of Fallout 4, make sure to tune in. Now, again, those are bonus streams, and they're what I call love-a-thons. We've got an updated love-a-thon. We can unlock even more cool stuff here in the stream, and I got tons of stuff to already give away on Monday's stream. Sadly, on YouTube, it just doesn't have all of the things that I have on Twitch. It doesn't have a loyalty point system or any of that stuff. So it makes it harder to do giveaways over there and do all the fun stuff that we do here on Twitch. They're about 10 years behind over there, but, they got money. They'll eventually catch up, I think. But, that's just me and my crazy ideas. But we're going to get into it here in just a moment. So feel free to jump on the server, get rocking, get rolling, and I'll be in there in just a moment after I say hi to everybody in the chat. Let's go ahead and get it fired up. There's Foggy in the chat. What up, Foggy? Thanks for being here. Appreciate you being in the chat there. Unforgiven, throwing that 1 in the chat. Appreciate that. Oh, my awesome mod Crazy hanging out in the chat as well. Looking after the chat as he's done for many, many years. Appreciate it big time. Show some love to my awesome mod right there. Watching a nice man play Fallout version of 7 Days to Die. Yes, I have actually seen that mod. People send me that stuff all the time. You will in a second. All right, awesome. You've been coming in. What up, Ewan? Good evening to you. Thanks for being here. We got Rotisserie G hanging out as well. What up, Rotisserie G? Always good to see you, man. Hope you're all having a wonderful Saturday night. I am feeling so much better. I can breathe a lot better. That's always a plus, everybody. Being able to breathe is always a huge plus, I think, because I was really struggling there, and it was actually getting pretty scary how much I was struggling to breathe there. Very, very scary. Just got to keep drinking lots of water, too. All right, I say we dive right into it. Let's go. All right, I'm going to go ahead and, oh yeah, I'm down here. Hold on, I got to do, refix my overlay and all that stuff. I forgot, I moved myself down there. Because I was fooling around with my stuff. When we were playing that other game. Whee! Look at me fly all the way up here. There we go, get back on my little pedestal up here. Now, I actually have myself engineered in certain spots so that you all can see the interface of whatever I'm doing. So I try to minimize my overlapping of the interface of various games. And I actually take probably 10, 15 screenshots of each and every game. And then I will, kind of arrange that layout based on how much time I have as well. But basically get that going. Oh, there you go. You added Valheim to your Steam Deck. Oh, there you go, Eubin. A good choice altogether. Absolutely. Let's go ahead and get this going. Maybe that's what I should have done. Maybe I should have got a Steam Deck so I could stream from the Steam Deck to the stream while I was traveling. That would have been smart, but I didn't think of it till right now, so probably not going to happen. Unless somebody gifts me. Maybe I'll put that on my wish list. Maybe I'll put that on my travel Steam wish list. Steam wish list. The Steam Deck. Maybe. We'll see. All right, let's see if I can get in first. Let's start with that. And I've got my backdrop up right now just because I got to put in all the passwords and stuff like that first. I tried it earlier and it seemed to be working. All right, yes, it is working. All right. So off we go, everybody. Now, again, we're not going to be doing any of that other stuff, Nitro Racer or any of that other stuff. This is all about Valheim, which is one of my favorite games of all time. Incredibly fantastic, everybody. I feel like you're basically ripping them off. That's how good this game is. Basically, for the asking price, it is nothing, everybody. You probably paid way more. Now, look at this. Look at this. Oh, now that's the boss right in there. We've taken out the queen. In fact, I got the queen's buff on right now. We're going to take a quick tour of where we're hanging out. This is our mega base and you can see we built up above here. The crew's doing a really phenomenal job. There's Unforgiven. He's working away. Very nice. Let's go ahead and take a look at what they're working on over here. They're working on basically a sleeping throne room area. Can't wait to see what they do with it tonight over here. And, of course, we have the upper area that we've been working on that connects the two areas, hopefully together. Yeah, look at this. Very cool. Some sort of workbench or something up there. Now, I built just a little bit of a container there to hold our loot. And then over here on the other side, and I love the fact that I got this little floaty cloak I've got, too. Over here on the other side, where you just saw me come from, is our bed sleeping area that Anion did. Very cool area. Incredibly awesome. I love the way he did the columns, where you have that kind of offset columns. He was showing me how to do that. Very, very cool. Very innovative way of getting that done. Of course, we got the old Kismet throne room right there. I don't like to flex my leadership power. I like to facilitate the greatness in others. That's what I typically do. And we've got some sort of columns here. What are these columns all about? The columns are blocking the front of my door. Probably should have backed those up just a little bit. But we'll do what we got to do. Let's see. I think we can still get in and out of there pretty well. Yeah, pretty good. I assume they're going to move this thing here. But this goes back to our primary base. This is kind of a base we built around the final boss because you have 6 bosses in Valheim. They said they were aiming toward a total of 9 biomes. We've crushed all 6 of them and are now in the hardest biome here in the Mistlands as well. I do dig the columns, though. I wish they were round. That would be even cooler, but they don't have that in the game yet. So this is our current mega base. Now, if we run down here, we have a cool hexel gate there. I love that. That is just so cool. Reminds me very much of a vault door. Oh, we got a little bit of loot out here, too. Black marble. You can see we have a big drop-off. Now, you might see this light that's flying around there. That allows us to move the Mistlands further and further away. We're kind of up above the Mistlands as well, which is pretty cool because you just got this great shot of the Mistlands down below. The mystery of the Mistlands. Who knows what's down there? I know most of what's down there can kill me, though. I know that for sure. Now, we've already killed the final boss. We've already killed the queen. So what do we do now? Well, now what we can do is continue to expand our empire. And in the Mistlands, you can get certain resources, including the ability to produce a massive amount of food and water and all, not water, but food and other resources that we're going to need. There's Alan running along there. And basically to shape it up. Now, we've got our base over here, which I actually really like the location of this base. I think it's pretty awesome. Oh, look at that, neato. I think it's pretty awesome, and it's did pretty well for us. Oh, speaking of awesome people, there he is, Anion, with 63 months of sublog going, woo! In the chat. Show him lots of love, everybody. Thank you very much for keeping that love going, Anion. We appreciate you up in here. Oh, look at this little smoker. Little comfort smoker. I don't know what's going on there. There used to be a tower there, I thought. Yeah, we got some wood out here, a little bit of iron out here. We've also got this going over here, which is making these little glowy ball things, which are called Eater. Oh, actually, it hit me. It got me. It's actually shooting out randomly out of there. We've also got a large ship here. I actually made this area for the large ship over there. Easier to go up. I'm very tempted to build out our docks now there. And really to kind of rework our whole entire base. Because really we have no other major achievements to do other than building up our base. So now's a great time to get into some mega building. Now, mega building, I consider 3 levels of building whenever I play any game, not just Valheim here. But you got your first level of building, which is just your basic stuff. Now, a good example of our basic base is way over here from where we started, which we now call the farm base, and we'll jump over there. Basically our goal tonight is to really backlog a ton of resources, backlog a ton of food and water and all of those things for the future of whatever future expansion they come out. Now, on this one, very differently than the ones I normally do, is to basically expand that empire that we already have. So we are going to be expanding our bases and expanding our resources. Now, this way, you can see this is our basic thing. Now, of course, this is fairly large for basic base. Of course, we started with just a simple little building like this, where we have the, the teleport in there. We got a nice forge inside, a workbench, for you to repair and stuff like that. And then we expanded it out here with, of course, our garden. Now, right now, you can see we've got our turnips going out here. And one person will come in and say, Kismet, I'll do the gardening. And I'll say, okay, you're on it. And then they will take care of that. And then I don't have to, constantly remind them or do whatever. They know what to do. And then another person will come along and say, Kismet, I will work on the taming of the animals. And we go up here, we can see that we've got some boars out there. We've got wolves in the back there. I love the fact that they have it double gated. That's awesome. At this point of the game, though, this is not even necessary. We could go in and now expand that by using stone as well. Punch that guy. Get him. Come back here, yo. There we go. Get my punching up. Now, another thing that we also want to work on is our ability to do magic. They've added the ability to do magic, and I absolutely love it. Watch this. I just absolutely love that. It's like an ice machine gun there. Very, very cool. Dig it big time. I see a bunch of stone out here. Very nice. And what I'd love to do is unify all of the bases together. But we already know from past builds that if you do too much in the same area, what it will do is it'll affect the redraw of what you're doing. So it's really important to think about enclosing some things as well, and then to watch out how much terrain modification that you're doing. Because if you do too much terrain modification, what will happen is it'll basically slow down the game. But you definitely need to expand your farms, and we have multiple farms, not just this one, but we have farms elsewhere. And you can see that we've put up some fencing. There's two different types of fencing that you might try in the beginning. This basic fencing here, and then, of course, the bit sturdier fencing over here, which is, of course, our spikes that we use to protect them from dropping in. Now, right here, I would probably flatten that out a little bit so mobs are not dropping in that little spot there. Now, also up the hill here, if we go ahead and run up here, we have other stuff in the back here. There it is. That we are using. Oh, there's somebody over there. Let's go see who it is. I bet you it's going to be AMZ. I'll bet you that's who it's going to be. Yes, there we go. Dio out here doing an awesome job. Wish I had emotes like you do in Fallout 4 right here where you just show love. Show love. Thank you. Thank you. This is our tree farm. Dio's been doing a wonderful job of planting and replanting our tree farm. Where we can, of course, have lots of wood and other resources like birch and things like that for portals and for other things. Hey, get out of there. So basically we can just keep collecting those resources and utilizing those resources for whatever we need. And I love the fact that I have this little floaty cloak. It's like Featherfall cloak. Very much reminds me of Dungeons and Dragons, the old school game. So again, we have our taming pits for our wolves and our pigs over there, and then a little place right here where we can go in and repair stuff like that. And especially want to protect your portals. Your portals, of course, is how you get from place to place. You definitely want to protect those around the way. Because they have round columns in black marble. Oh, they do? Well, go for it, Unforgiven. I mean, remember, we're going all out tonight. Where you guys can just go to town. I mean, you don't have to save resources, just absolutely go to town on those resources as well. Now, you can see we have tons of portals as well. Each of those portals have different things, and they go to different locations. We'll think about that later. Now, only at this point, when we've really done all we can do, and all of these resources are getting a bit excessive, that's where I take the time, and I'm probably not even going to sort today. That's when I'll take the time to start to build a little bit more on that mega level, where we will basically be building much stronger. I don't think I'm going to put my armor away, just run around in my robes today. There we go. And let's get some things out that we might need. Let's put our crossbow away today. Let's get our axe out. We got a pickaxe we can get out. Where did this go? I would put that as number 3. Get this out of my potions. Get that in there. Don't need to carry that around or that around. Consolidate my armor a little bit here. Yeah. Consolidate all of that. Don't really need my food right now. A little bit of wood. All right, there we go. Now what I'm doing is I'm putting stuff away into the box so I don't have to micromanage it as much. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to work on our base here ever so slowly, but every time I seem to go do anything, everybody, it has to be dark. We can forward the time, but to do that, I'd have to call an all sleep for everybody to come to the base and go to sleep. So we're not going to be doing that for right now because we're just going to be doing basic stuff. Now, we have to worry about the overall structure of the building that I'm in. Now, if the whole building falls down, that's fine. As long as it doesn't take out my portals or my boxes, it's okay. But what I'm going to do is go ahead and start to expand this a little bit to be more stone-based and not so just linked to just wood. Now, when you're using stone, of course, is going to be much heavier and require more support than you typically would need. And so we're going to tinker around with a bit of that. Now, to do that, though, we're going to need to have our stone wall, or stone crafting thing right here, stone cutter. So we need a couple iron. And I saw some out here, so I'm going to call dibs on it right over here somewhere. Right over here. There we go. All right, we're going to call dibs right there on a little bit of that. Now, I've actually gone in here and removed the bulk of these items here. And the reason why I removed them is so that I could build up some stairwells and basically build the area up from the dock up into the upper level. Now, I do have the ability to go in and also raise the terrain. If I have a bunch of stone on me, I can go over here and just say, you know what? Let's just put this in here like that and just go ahead and add that out. Now, do I want to add it all the way out to here? Well, you know what? I haven't made that choice yet, so we'll make that choice when we need to make the choice. One of the things I can also do is to get my little circlet on so we're not looking in the dark the whole time. There we go. We'll put that on, and then we'll just take our helmet. Nope. There we go. Put this in there. There we go. So at least you guys can see what the heck I'm doing by having a little light there. Now, one of the toughest things I find is doing, of course, an angled wall. But you can see I've done it here with stone over here. So I could just go in and make this a giant stairwell all the way across, or I could extend this base outwards and make our sorting base just that much bigger by extending it out. Now, you're going to reach a certain maximum height level. You can only raise the ground a certain height, and you can actually see it over here, how it starts to go downward toward the end, and that's because I can only raise it up so high. So we're going to go ahead and see how far we can get away with utilizing some of this stone today, and basically taking it and utilizing it out here. Let's go find one of our carts. Usually I keep the cart out here. There we go. So an easier way to get around with your resources is your little cart here. So we're going to run our cart out here. Oh, and I got to say hello to my crew. See if it's working today. Hey, good evening, everybody.
Hey, Kismet.
Hello.
I'm just going to be busy working on our other base. We're just going to do expansion today, so feel free to expand as much as you want, build as much food. Remember, I will leave the server up, so if there is a future update in the future, we're just going to update the server, and hopefully we can continue from where we left off. So I will not be wiping the server. Like to let my peeps know that so they don't get confused later on. So now's a good time to use up the resources. So let's go ahead and put these the stone that we basically we extracted from the ground in the first place, from out here in the first place, and just kind of reutilize it right out here like this. So again, you can see it says I'm carrying too much. But if I put enough of it in there, you can see it's now all in there. And I'll actually open this door the other way. There we go. And that's going to allow me now to get this cart. And I can just walk out here with the cart. Now, if you put this at too steep of an angle, I suggest to kind of put it like this, just like you would in real life. To go ahead and put it in such a way that it's going to bump into something like that. Otherwise, it's just going to roll down and end up in the water. You don't want that to happen. Or maybe you do. I don't know. It's your game. You do what you want. For me, I just want to go ahead and... oh, I got to get another workbench out here as well. Let's go ahead and work in a workbench. Other than put a workbench on the inside right here. That would be a fantastic spot for a workbench. All right, there we go. So I'm going to go ahead and, again, just try to further expand this area and just try to bring it out enough to where we've kind of got the side of it here coming straight out. Now, that's one of the things you can see. It's starting to impede on my my stairwell here, which I don't want it to do, but that's something that we can work on as well. Also going up here to the top, kind of where you're at, and then switching to kind of leveling the ground is always a good idea, so that you can kind of get that mastered. Oh, I need some stamina food. I'm going to run over here, look for some food. Oh, we moved all the food to our other location. So we're going to go to our wow. Oh, well, I've got some iron on me. Let's put down our bench first. Oh, I put something away, which is making it where I can't put down my bench. What is it that I put away? Wood. Used up the wood, probably. Now, we have a lot of each and every resource, so it's not like we're hurting for resources right now. My team has absolutely crushed this playthrough. We have absolutely dominated it big time. Now I'm going to go ahead and put a bench, another good time to throw a bench over here. Right there for right now. Again, going to allow me to try to expand this outer area. And what I need right now is some stamina food. Now, we took all the food and we moved it over to the Mistlands because that's really starting to be our primary mega base over there for the Mistlands. And I just built a little area like this, and then I'm letting my team build whatever they want beyond that because this is actually a really good location for us to kind of continue to explore. Now, we've explored a good amount of it, but we haven't explored the whole thing. And we do have a, I don't know where it went to. It was right over here. There's a good question. Where did our table go? Our cartography table?
That's a good question. I was looking for it too. Couldn't find it.
Something came along and smashed it.
Ah, all right. Well, I'll try to find the resources for it then. All right. So someone or something has taken out our cartography table because I was just going to talk about how we can share our things. It's going to be bronze. That's a dead giveaway. Does it need what? It needs raspberries. So what I need to do is look for bronze and raspberries. There's some copper right there. We got some iron, but that's not bronze. And see, if I see bronze, that tells me that that probably is where those resources went to after that got destroyed. Someone's picked it up and then put it somewhere. It might have been me. And we can also look over here to see if we've got it over this way. Don't see it there. Don't see it here. Any other resources? No. And it also might have got turned into something else as well. But I can always make some more if we have some tin. Yeah, we got a little bit of copper there. Not very much. And a little bit of tin. Let's grab about 4 of that. And see if we got the other copper over here. Thought I saw some copper. Yeah, there's a bunch of it right there. So yeah, we have plenty, enough to just go ahead and remake
marble, black marble.
it. And so we're going to go ahead and look around. And one of the toughest things is trying to find the tables. Because there's no central area for our tables over here. What happened to our forge?
You'll have to look around.
Yeah, we have no forge in our mega base. What happened to the forge that was here too? I don't know.
The stone structure that Unforgiven and Bugger was building.
Yeah,
There's
the
not
forge,
one
the
up
table's
top
what we're
either.
looking for. The actual forge table. I guess we're making another one of those too. All right, we need some coal for that. Some right here. All right, there we go. Now, the reason why I need the forge is so that I can make the bronze right over there. What do I need? More copper? Really? I used up all the copper? I used 7 copper, or maybe I just didn't grab it. I used a lot of copper. All right, there we go. Okay, so we got that. Now, see, by the time I get back to trying to figure out what the heck I'm doing, I forget what I was making in the first place. And so the hard thing is trying to stay on track. The thing I need right now are raspberries. Now, we've brought the food over here. Again, which is what the original thing I was coming over here looking for. Some stamina food. We're out of stamina food. I see this, and that tells me that that potentially is part of that, as well as we have the fine wood. So what happened is the copper wandered off somewhere, and now all we need is the raspberries. Now, I can't go anywhere when I have these metals on me, because that's what that's saying, and that you can't portal with that stuff on you. So you got to make sure that you do clear that stuff off. And now I can just go back to the other base. Yeah, we need a ton of stamina and other food. I can't seem to find any food other than the hybrid and the just regular health food.
Yeah, we ran through a lot of food right at the end last time.
Awesome. Yeah, so whoever wants to work on that, if we can queue that, that would be awesome.
Yeah, I'll work on some of that.
All right. Let's look for some raspberries. Blueberries, raspberries right there. And I need 4 of these. Now, look how well organized the base is, everybody. We did an incredibly great job on our kitchen here. The forge is over there, done by Alan. This was done by Mighty Warforge over here. Incredibly great job. Dio, also Unforgiven. Foggy, everybody has been really working together. Hope I'm not forgetting anybody right now. Everybody's been working fantastically together to build out the base. And of course, the better we work together, the better it is for everyone in the long run as well. All right, I'm moving the cartography table back where it originally was in the side room over here. So I think I'm just going to use the bronzes over here. Just dawned on me. I could just use the bronze that's already over here. Yeah, right there. Right, yeah. And I didn't even need to make all that bronze or that stuff, because I thought, well, if I put it over there again, it's going to get broken again. So there we go. All right, everybody go ahead and hit up the cartography table, if you don't mind, real quick, so we can share all that knowledge. Appreciate it. Okay, and again, I went over there to get stamina food, but I don't have any stamina food, so it's going to make this like 1,000 times harder. So what I'm going to do is grab some of this wolf jerky, which has kind of a mixture of both of those things. We also can raise wolves, and we can raise wolves and then use the meat to make more food. I can also look in here to see if I have any extra stuff that I might utilize. Do not have any extra food in there. So yeah, stamina is going to be an issue. That's going to be an issue for sure. When you're building, you know, in the beginning, I would not use too much stamina food because you are going to be hurting for food big time along the way. But one of the things that I like to do is when you get to a certain kind of equilibrium with food, then you go ahead and start really utilizing it for expanding.
Just so everyone is aware, I am transferring the overflow box of stone over to the mega base for building.
Sounds good. Yeah, you don't need to take it all, because I'm using some of it too, and I'm sure other people are, but feel free to take a box full. All right.
Yeah, just let me know so
let's
you
go.
wouldn't wonder where it all went.
All right. And so we're going to go ahead and expand out here. Yeah, I'm using it over here too. So again, don't take every bit of it. Just take one box full and then leave the box that we're currently using for stone. Just take the overflow. Do like to make sure that there's still stone for everybody else to do their stuff. One of the biggest problems I've had in the past, everybody working with new peeps, not necessarily my crew, but with new peeps, is what they do is they go and they take all the resources and they go off and they build a base way off in the middle of nowhere. And they take all of the resources that my peeps have already spent a lot of time collecting. And since they took those resources that they spent time collecting, pick it up, it's not cool because they spent endless hours collecting those resources, and it's not cool to go grab all the resources and just do your own thing with it. Now, I'm always building for the benefit of the group, and it's not really my personal house that I'm building. I am building it for their benefit. Like in this case, we're expanding our thing out forward here and making some nice sheer cliffs here. Now, one of the cool things about doing sheer cliffs like this is the fact that the mobs cannot destroy it. This is a fantastic way to manage your mobs, is to build a giant pit and then put your tamed animals and things like that in there. It is incredibly useful for that. And so basically what I'm doing is just doing what I did over here as well. And actually I can just raise a little of this up too. I did over here where I extended this out and then tried to flatten it out to expand our the edge of our base. Now my real goal at first is to see where that spot is. Now this definitely could be improved. This is one of the things I think they could improve the most. Is the way that you flatten the ground is mostly awkward. After a while, you get little tricks that you can learn to, do it much better. But most of the time, it's pretty awkward, and a lot of people are trying to get their stuff going. Here we go. Look at this. Oh boy. So there we go. Notice how I could do like huge segments and just kind of back that away from the base. But I feel like it's super awkward the way that it works. So it definitely could use a bit of work. Now remember, this game's still a work in progress. We're still working on it. But you can see I can back it away a little bit, and then I can come up here and try to flatten it a little closer. I feel like it's always a balance between those two things. That you're trying to back it away like this as best we can. And then trying to flatten it again over here. Now, of course, when I get to this side, it won't be as big a deal. But definitely as we go and expand expand out here, it's going to be more difficult. So let's keep at it. And again, just try
Hey,
to...
Froggy, you gonna help me build?
Yep. I'm just trying to figure out why we can never. Why is it the very top the pillars are red?
Yeah, that's the same thing that I was trying to figure out.
You might want to use
Kismet
some
said-
reinforced iron bars inside it.
Okay, do we have like iron bars that we can use in the mega base?
Yeah, there should be iron there.
But every material can only go so tall in a column. So that's why it's going red.
Hey, Fog, I'm not sure if you heard on the stream, but Kismet said something about doing round columns instead of the square column.
Hold on. He's probably right.
Oh, you don't have to. I just said it would be cooler if they were round. That's all I said.
You can use black marble.
Yeah, we're just trying to figure out like We're just trying to figure out how to structurally make the sound, because
Yeah,
like
so use the iron wood beams from the ground up, straight up, and then put the
I love it when
stone
they're
or
helping each
marble
other like
on
that,
top of
everybody.
it,
That's like my
or
favorite part of
around
this game.
It
10 and
might
1
actually
stone,
be
res it
better
through
way,
my portal.
'cause the
Awesome.
ground there is
Awesome,
not actually the
awesome.
ground.
yeah.
Well, feel
'cause,
free to
like,
jump in there,
well,
TM. No
if
slacking
we're
off in the
having it,
chat.
like,
Let's
we're
go.
having these pillars, but like the stuff we need to do is
So what I'm going to do
way
here,
dry.
everybody, is expand this
Right.
base
Here, I'm coming over,
again
I'm gonna
forward.
take a look.
That's what
There
I'm
might be
working
a
on
way
right
to
now.
support
And
all
again,
that
just
even
trying to
without
see what the
columns.
maximum
Yeah,
height
'cause, like,
of
what
this
we're
kind
trying
of
to do is make
cliff
a
I
stone
can
room,
build
but
here.
the problem is like we need a foundation.
And
to
I'm
do
just
this-
kind
the-
of
our
practicing
idea.
here on the side.
So
Before I start to do all the rest of it, I basically want to go ahead and see what my maximum height
Hey,
is.
Alan, I can,
And you can
probably
see I
send
can
you
work
the
it outward.
idea of,
That's
the
not
bug
too
and
bad.
I
That's
can
not too
with
bad.
and, see if
Now you
see
might
what you
notice
can
that
do
this
to
is
help.
slightly below
Well,
the
you
actual
actually wanting
brick level here,
columns?
and that's because when I put the
what
stone
we're
down,
trying to
this is
do,
just all this is going to do is
like, we're
act
trying to
as a
make- we're trying
place
to get
for me to go ahead and put the stone on to basically extend the base. Also, what I do under the base, and you can see I have them over here, I have the resources recessed in the ground. And the reason why I have them recessed in the ground like that is so that it's easier for you to walk across them and get to the resources you need. So say you need to get to some obsidian over here and somebody else is over here getting this, you could just jump over here and grab it. Though you don't necessarily want to stand on the boxes, and there's a reason why that is because other people might be getting in there as well. So it is good to do that. Now, of course, you can also do the old school, stack 'em approach like they're using over here, which I have done in the past. Really fantastic way of doing boxes there and then keeping them separated. I do love to watch the way other people build as well because it gives you inspiration of what you want to do. And I always try to do my own thing, but also, try to share different techniques and try different stuff in each and every playthrough. You can see here, we just got the ones on the bottom here, a lot of our forges, and then these kind of stacked on top of each other. Also a big fan of labeling, everybody. So if you can find a great way of labeling stuff, that is super, super useful as well. What up, Itzfer? You're in Taiwan right now. Wow. You are quite the traveler, aren't you, Itzfer? Pretty awesome. Getting set up. Your daughter got home from a full day of soccer and friend's birthday party. Oh, look at you having a good day. Yes, I've been spending more time with the family lately. They just, oh, look at this free fish. Just jump right out of the water. Hey, it's a troll fish. It trolled itself. Yeah, I've been spending more time with the family because I haven't been breathing well. I've been trying to stream every single day, but, there's always something that sends that awry. I've been trying really hard, everybody. I mean, super, super hard, working on so much stuff, to the point where I was getting so bad where I couldn't breathe. Now, I don't know what the actual final problem is, because, I find whatever my doctor says, I try a bunch of different things and see what works out, because, sometimes it's not just one thing. It's a combination of things. Like I did take some allergy medicine today. That really did help today. As well. Very, very useful. I think at this point here, I can also take my stone here, utilize my stone, and just bring that down to a lower level. Now, this is going to take a lot of stone down here, everybody. A lot of stone. So this may not be enough, but we are going to use a bunch of it because we have got an absolute ton of stone. It's not like we're hurting for stone right now. And if we need more stone, I can just go take down that mountain back there and use it over here. Take it from where you don't want it and put it where you do want it, kind of thing. Now, you might notice that I didn't do this at the beginning. And the reason why I didn't do it at the beginning is because it would use too much resources and also take too much of my crew's time. Time is your actual most valuable resource in game or in real life. I highly recommend, and I got to get my rested buff too. I highly recommend maximizing your time in everything that you do. Like right now when I'm talking to you, I'm also processing and uploading videos. I'm watching all the different alerts and chat. I'm doing a lot of things simultaneously. Now, another great stamina booster that will help you with your regen. Hey, there's TM right there. is to come in and rest in here. And I've got a rested of 3 minutes right there. But if I come in here, it's got comfort 15, and that comfort 15 is going to boost that rested for much longer. What up? What up? What up? There we go. So now 22 minutes of rested bonus. Another cool thing that I can do is just jump right out the window and then jump off the top here, whee, and float down because my cloak is a feather fall cloak, which I think is super cool. So let's, I think he's trying to get my attention. I can always tell. Oh yeah, there we go. What's that? Stamina. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Big love. Thanks for that stamina food. Appreciate it. All right. And I actually should be getting my stamina buff here. I forget what the queen buff is. You know what? I'm just going to use it. See what that. I totally forgot. What's the queen buff do again?
Mana regen.
Yeah,
Yeah,
for
mana.
magic regen, and also you do double damage when mining.
All right. Awesome. I forget, everybody. I'm getting older. It's hard for me to remember stuff.
I kind of wish we had that buff when we were taking the mountaintop off this.
Very true.
So which direction are you guys wanting to go with it? Because it looks like you're going this way.
And now
This
that
is
I got the
north-south.
general distance that I want over here, how far forward I want to
Like,
bring it,
what
now
we're
it's
trying
just
to
a
do is,
matter
like,
of
essentially, we want-
bringing
on
it.
this-
Now, when I go to do this, everybody, you're going to see,
Huh?
I'm going to mute my team while they're talking to each other, that I aim way toward the top. And the reason why you want to do that is because it raises it from the floor, from the ground level, all the way to the top level right away. So you're getting massively much better use of your resources. I actually learned this from Anion, by the way, and the rest of my crew. By just hitting it up real high like that, it basically just makes a giant column that you can utilize across like this. So much quicker way of making a nice top column there, just by clicking up real high there. And if it's up too high, well, that's fine. I can always flatten it out later on. And yeah, the biggest thing I find frustrating thing in the game is the stamina. I think the stamina is a little too harsh because it basically gets to the point where I just get sick of losing stamina all the time, or not having enough stamina to just do what I want to do, because I just want to, right now, I just want to build. I don't want to play the stamina game right now. But you know, again, it's there to, you know, because otherwise you'd be super OP. You'd be crazy OP eventually if you had basically an unlimited stamina. Now remember, the game is still a work in progress, so of course they're going to be balancing stamina and food and all of that. And this game is an instant buy for me. You're basically stealing this from them, everybody, because you're getting it in early access. I think this is a $60 game. I think this is better than some of the $60, $70 games that I've bought in the past. That's how good I think this game is, because it has the fun in it. Now, you might think that would be an obvious thing for people to add the fun in first, but that's not necessarily the truth, everybody. Because, you know, what happens with game developers, they go, oh, I want to put this nifty little, you know, new, graphic thing in there, or I want to put in this mechanic or whatever it is, and they forget to first put in the fun. And there's a couple games that actually go basically by that rule of put the fun in first. One of them is 7 Days to Die. Incredibly fantastic game, everybody. And I'm the type of person that could be playing that all the time, every day, all day. But if you really love something, everybody, I suggest to, play it a bit, let it update, and then come back, play it a little bit more. That's what I like to do with 7 Days to Die, especially with my crew. I don't want my crew to get burned out on the game. So we do play it kind of in waves. And we need to take this out of here for sure. That's going to just end up in the way down there. So we do play it in waves. So typically we'll play 1 or 2 playthroughs. And then go from there. Oh, and I got a question. I forgot to answer it last time. I'm amazed I remembered it this time. But it was a great question. Kismet, I think it's actually on my Discord. Kismet, once the Alpha 21 comes out, how long until everybody else gets to play the Alpha? Now, traditionally in the past, it's only after that weekend. So you have the streamer weekend where all the streamers who are hardcore 7 Days to Die peeps get to stream it, as well as my crew gets to stream it because they did give streamers special permission to bring in their normal crew. We also got Nitrato on standby, ready to go to get us a mega server going on and whatnot, so we can play that as well. And I feel like that's going up just a little too high over there, but we'll work on that later. And so we'll play it from Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Now, once Friday, Saturday, Sunday is over and Monday comes around, then it will be open for everybody to play right after that. And then I will reset the server and we will start the server again from scratch. So basically, that's how that's going to roll out. So it'll roll out that next Monday usually. Now, things happen. They may not be ready to roll it out to the public, or, the experimental version, things might have went horribly wrong or whatever. But in every one that I've done, which is, I don't know, 4 or 5 of them now, quite a bit of them now, they have basically rolled it out that Monday. And they'll let us know. They'll say, hey, this is going to roll out on this day and whatnot. For sure. I'm repairing all of my stuff. That's what I'm doing. So they'll let us know all about it. Now, when I know when the Alpha 21 weekend is, I will let you all know. I already checked it today. They have not given any information on it. And I prefer if they don't rush it, right? They take their time and make it great. That's what I always tell every dev every single time. Even somebody who, like me, has dropped several $1,000s, that's when I had that money back in the day, on games like Star Citizen and other games that I'm just kind of waiting around for, right? Just like waiting for those ones to have been done. They've been developing that for 10 years. But I'm not going to go over there and say, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. Because when you do that, you know what you get? You get yourself a cyberpunk. That's what you get. You get yourself a piece of trash game. At least at launch. I'm sure it's much better now from what I hear from peeps. But that's what happens when they rush it out. And, they got their, corporate overlords in there telling them to rush it out. And then, the people who are the smart people, the everyday worker peeps, who are in there trying to build the game of their dreams, because they love that particular genre or whatever it is, very much like Hogwarts Legacy. And they're like, no, it's not ready. It's not ready yet. Don't push it out now. It's gonna be a bad game if you push it out now. You want to, give us some more time to work on it. And of course, those corporate people don't listen. They don't listen to those people telling them, no, don't push it out now. It's not ready. And they're only looking at the dollar signs, everybody. Now, sometimes because you're about to go out of business, they push out games as well. So yeah, I mean, you got to find that good balance between, producing a great game so that when people get the game, it's ready to play. Now, in my day, when you played a game, all you got was the game on a floppy disk or later on a CD, but you had no way of updating it. So if it did not work, that game was a waste of your money. And you could contact them and say, yo, I need to get another copy, or, have them mail you a new floppy disk, which I have actually had done, but that's more for commercial software than for games. But when you got a game, that game pretty much worked. You just plugged it in and you played the game. You're off and running. You didn't have to wait around 6 months or a year for the game to actually be fixed. And the smarter thing for them to do is just put it out in 6 months and a year, like Hogwarts Legacy did. If you got to push back the deadline, push back the deadline. People, stop telling people to hurry up and push out those games. That's what you don't want. You don't want them pushing out those games. You don't want to push it out right here. I only have so much time to play games as well. So I would rather just let them, do their thing, work their magic on the game, and then come back and play the game later on. So again, I've played those games before where, you know, I spent $60, and you ever put a 1 in the chat if you've ever done that, everybody. Where you've gotten a game, you paid $60 for it, you paid good money for it, you plug it in, and the thing is just a piece of trash. You just cannot play the game. It keeps crashing. You know, it doesn't update. You get stuck in your progression, all of that stuff. I know all of you have. I know all of you have done, or at least the bulk of you have done that, because I can tell you I've been in games for 50 years, half a century, everybody. I've been gaming, and I can tell you I've seen my fair share on floppy disk as well, and CD, DVD, yeah, all of that stuff where the game was really, really not done, very much not done, or they back in the day they say, oh, well, that's the game, and you're like, oh, that's a piece of junk game, man. I just spent all that money for this piece of junk game. Oh God. Yeah, that's kind of scary too. Kind of scary. All right, let's see if they left me any stone. All right, they left me a little bit of stone. There we go. Again, you don't want to take all the resources. See, that's why I take the stuff out a box at a time, and you know, kind of let my peeps utilize it for what they're doing. And this is when these resources start getting used up, right? When you start doing a bunch of various projects, this stone is going to get used up pretty quickly, as well as a lot of the other resources. This is always a fun way to do this. You're going backwards down the thing like this. There we go. That makes that so much easier. So much easier backwards. Now, if you're talking about Star Citizen, yes, the game is so much better. There's been tons of updates probably since you played it, kids. Oh, there's been tons of updates, but it's not done. It's not finished. Nor is it even close to being finished, everybody. That's the thing. They've been working on it for 10, I don't know, going on 15 years now. I don't know, very long time. And sure, it's improved, I'm sure. But it ain't done. And did I get my $2,000 worth? Well, not yet, because it's not out. Now, am I in a hurry? Am I going to go over to Star Citizen and say, hey, you know, Chris Roberts, let's go. Come on, push the game out, push the game out. Nope. Because that's the whole reason I paid in. I paid in so they didn't have to listen to their corporate overlords who keep saying, hey, push this game out, push this game out. I don't care what state it's in, push that game out, right? That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about whether the game is good. I'm talking about them having to push it out in a broken state. That's the thing. And the game is incredibly ambitious, everybody. One of the most ambitious games of all time. And it's easy to armchair game dev. But I can tell you, that stuff's hard. Especially when you're pioneering the stuff as well. And they've done a lot of startovers over there in Star Citizen as well. Like, they used this engine, and then they had to custom write their own engine. And then, you know, they've done a lot of stuff. So I do, you know, kind of keep up with it. You know, from time to time, I listen to the news of what's going on with it. But I can tell you, every time I tried to take out my 890 jump, it touched the wall and then went brrrr, and I couldn't fly the thing. So instead of frustrating myself, I said no. And the last time I went and tried to land, they have the really stupid landing where the top of it is like flat and the top of it will open up, and then you have just enough room to land your ship in there. There's a reason why they don't do that in real life, everybody. There's a reason why there's not a hole on a battleship or on a carrier for people to go in and land in the hole, because that's hard to do. Because you can easily bump the side, and because it overreacts when you bump the side, your vehicle kept getting destroyed. And I spent 16 hours trying to get to my 890 jump. So I had to take my, I have another one called the Phoenix, the Constellation, beautiful ship, and took that one and drove it over, because I'm going to be the person ferry, right? The person who ferries people back and forth, right? Not like that kind of ferry, but the kind of person who, you know, transports people back and forth in luxury. So I have the luxury ships. The 890 Jump is a luxury kind of party boat, and so is the Phoenix as well. Now, I don't mind to pay into that at all. It's not like I regret paying into that. It gave them the freedom to take all of this time to work on it. Now, will it never see the light of day or will it never be finished? I don't know. I think they're going for the record of the longest dev cycle, but they're also going for the record of the most ambitious project of all time. So, it's kind of a mixed bag there if you think about it, right? I mean, you could get on them and say, you guys are taking too long and all of that. But the point I'm trying to make, and I am making, is the fact that if you rush them, they're going to rush out and it's going to be trash. So again, it's a double-edged sword. You don't want them to take forever and then, take your money and then never deliver. But you also don't want to say, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. Because then the corporate overlords will say, look, everybody's telling you to push it out. And then guess what we got? We got ourselves a cyberpunk, right? Where they pushed it out too early. And the people who were working on it told them it was too early. They said to them, hey, this is not finished. You shouldn't push it out now. And especially like deceiving the public too. I really don't like that. When they say it's ready and they say everything's good, everything's fine. And then we come to find out that the console versions are absolute trash and whatnot, right? It's like, they fire all their playtesters and then the game comes out and the game is like terrible. I forget. I don't think it was them. I think it was WoW that fired all their playtesters. And then their stuff comes out and then it's just absolute trash. See, that's the problem. That's the problem with pushing stuff out too early. And that's why I never get worried about it. I never go, hey, hurry up, or go in there. I don't even go in. I wouldn't go into Star Citizens. I'm just using Star Citizens as an example. I wouldn't go into Star Citizens and say, oh, this game sucks and blah, 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 because it's not done. It's not finished. So it's really unfair to go in there and say, look, this game is terrible when the game is not complete as well. And that can take as long as they want. And go right to it, because the money I put in is not for the game. If you're doing like crowdfunding and stuff like that, you're paying to help the development. You're paying to help that they don't have to talk or answer to some corporate overlord who's going to tell them to hurry up and push that game out. That's what you're paying for. And I knew that going in, and I still know that to this day. Right? So I do appreciate all the peeps who think logically and not get too carried away. Okay, so there we go. We've done it. Now, again, I also like to just chat it up while I'm doing stuff over here as well. Big time. Okay, now we are ready to probably repair all our stuff again. First, why am I running around my shield on? Get that shield off of there. There we go. Hello, what up, Dr. J? Thanks for coming and hanging out. Once I'm done eating, I'll hop on. All right, Warforged, we're just expanding our empire over here. We are backlogging tons of food. We are building up resources. I'm expanding the area here, and I will be kicking your chickens out of here. So take your chickens and hit the road, Jack. Because I'm going to be expanding this whole side over here to be one big area. All the way across. So this is going to be one gigantic building with a combination of our sorting area as well as our area for our portals. But first things first, everybody, we need to get our foundations down and we need to work on all of that stuff out the gate. Now, I could go use black stone, but I would prefer to let my other peeps go ahead and utilize that black stone however they need to do it. Oh, look at that, how that's hanging over just a little too much for my comfort. Let's go ahead and bring that out just a little bit there. Again, see how tricky that is? You want to bring it out a little bit, but not so much that it is going to impede your thing. And it'd be way easier if you could, if you had like you have an edger when you edge your your lawn where you're going along the edge of like a driveway or something like that. That would be awesome in this game. If you could just edge that so the side of that is nice and straight and whatnot. I really think they need more tools for that type of thing where you can fine tune the style of your base. And I'm going to bring this all the way out. I think that actually is pretty good right there because that matches up. And there we go. Whee! Now, it's also very difficult when you are taking stuff like your carts and things like that. And I've got a cart full of stone right here. And if I try to take the cart up this area here, you're going to see that I'll get so far, and then that's it. And now I'm starting to slide back down. And that has to do with your stamina. Like, I need to hold down shift and really try to get that stone up the way here to get it back up here on the top area. Now, I might luck out. We'll see if I get there in time. Yeah, there we go. And those stone, that's just about far enough. That'll make that a bit easier. Now, I'm going to move this over here in front of my little thing here. Just so I can go ahead and access this fairly easily. And then continue to expand the base. Now, everybody's going to have their own little projects that they're doing. Because right now we are in kind of expansion mode. And because I've gone in and look at this. See, all the way across as well. And I'm always looking at the perimeter first. Just like when you're building a puzzle. You want to go ahead and build out your perimeters to give yourself a general idea. This way you can make changes before it gets too far along. Before you need to go, oh, wait a minute. Oh, man, I should have fixed that edge. I should have expanded that further. I should have done this, or I should have done that as well. So you can see I'm just kind of edging it here. Also, you can see that we have just a sweet drop off right there that I built so that animals could not make it through there, including trolls, by the way. If you're up high enough, the trolls can't hit your stuff, which is awesome. And you can just use this as a natural barrier. You don't need a fence up here. You don't need any things. You can also shoot stuff from up here, too. By the arrow. Burp. Like that, and zap them. This guy's really hard to hit. You got to aim out a little bit. Whoop. And now I got no stamina. See, that's really irritating too, is that what I'm trying to do is hold down the bow so I have more of an accurate shot. There we go. The less you hold it down, the less accurate your shot is. And the more you hold it down, the more accurate your shot is as well. So there we go. Now, we're going to have a bit of a problem as we kind of expand this outward into the fact that eventually we're going to run into the ground. Oh, I hate that little half second of lag there. Half second of lag got me. So again, we're just going to keep expanding this outwards. Now, what I want to do is make sure to expand outwards, but not interrupt my crew who are currently coming in and out of that primary base right now. Right, let me turn my game sound back on again so I can hear my crew speaking up. So I don't want to interrupt what they're doing over there. But I also want to keep going on what I'm doing over here. Like that.
I would say if you want to go longer with this room, I would go to the north.
Yeah, whoever's got the chickens over here, you're going to need to move your chickens out the way.
If you want, as long as there's eggs in there, you can go ahead and kill all the chickens, demolish it.
Not sure if there are any eggs in there, though I think there's 4 eggs in the kitchen.
Yeah, that's what I meant, in the kitchen.
I'm going to be working on this whole front side to rework all of this stuff. And this is going to be our portal base over here, I think, eventually, and resource base. Because this is just the most wonderful spot, I tell you. Man, you got a whole bunch of resources over here. Just the most wonderful spot over here, everybody. What I'd like to do as well is run over here. Oh, didn't quite make it. Is kind of rework what we're doing over here. You can see that we brought out a bunch of stone, but what happens is our animals get out anyway. And it's like a problem that we have keeping our very large animals over here. And because we have that problem, it really what it needs to be a pit. And if I was going to build this as a pit, okay, go ahead, make it there. If I was, damn it, so irritating. if I was going to build this as a pit, I would not build it low like this. I would build it up against the mountain edge. And the reason why you want to build it up against the mountain edge is you could dig deeper. And that would hopefully keep the guys from getting out. Hey. Mario. Working on my punching. There we go. That guy's not much of a threat. So yeah, I would work on building it up higher so you could dig deeper. Then you could widen it out, and then move the animals in there, and then breed the animals in that lower area. From what I've seen from my crew doing it. See, my crew in the beginning, they don't build an area to tame those guys anymore. We just push them down into a hole and tame them down in there. Same thing with wolves. Because, of course, you can use the natural ability of the in-game stone is indestructible. So a really fantastic way of doing that as well. And we actually took out this whole base and took out this whole area, cut it way back against the back, which you can see. There's where the mountain originally was, and of course it sloped down across here, and we cut it back as far as we could along this edge. And this is where all that stone comes from, by the way, all that hard work of my crew. Now, you can see that most of our buildings are wood. And the reason why they're wood is this is what we call a super base, right? So our basic base, what I talked about earlier, then a super base is a production base. It's using the minimum amount of resources for the largest amount of resource production, right? So instead of making it super fancy and, you know, making cool castles and things of that nature, we are just using the minimum amount of resources for the biggest return on that resource spend, right? Now, again, that also has to do with your time. How much time you're spending collecting the stone, collecting all that stuff as well. Oh, and I need more stone. Jump through my window here. Get me more stone. Then over time, I'm just going to drop some of this stuff in here. I can probably eat a little bit more of that food. This stuff too. Now what I'm doing is just reducing the amount of stuff on me here so I can have more stacks of stone. Take that 2 stone out of there. So right now it's going to give me 4 stacks. Maybe 4.5 stacks. Less than 4.5. Yeah, see, if it's less than like half a stack, it's better just to, you know, make it even. 4 stacks is good enough. And then again, I'm over here working on the exterior of where I'm building across here. I'm just lowering the ground below where I'm going to put the stone so I don't have to, you know, micromanage all of that stuff. And we'll take all this out. We'll go ahead and just build a box.
My bad.
Right there. Take that one out. Take this out.
Come back to direct.
And now, basically, I'm just kind of taking over this whole area here. I don't normally take other people's down, and especially my crew does not ever take someone else's stuff down unless they give specific permission. Whether we're playing this game or whether we're playing another game, you never want to deconstruct or break somebody else's stuff. I will perma-boot you from the entire group. I absolutely will. You don't destroy other people's stuff. You're just like, oh, this is in my way, I'm just going to destroy this. No, 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 you don't do that. Now, as the leader, I do have priority, and I do warn that I may be taking stuff down, rearranging things, and working on stuff, because I'm working on stuff too. I've got some projects that I've got going, and that I want to do as part of my building. But I typically will not take the highest in resources. That I usually leave for my crew. So again, I can come over here and make this all out of black marble and spend all the time collecting that black marble and using up all the black marble.
It's right here.
But my feeling is since
Sorry.
we're in one of the
Yeah, it's
easiest zones in the game, that the damage to our base is going to be a lot less limited over here. Now, what happens though after you killed that final boss though, is that you could get attacked from any type of damage now. So any type of damage, just because I'm sitting over here at the base, all of a sudden there could be an event of the highest magnitude, and all of a sudden, we got some problems for sure. Also notice that this is up a little bit high, so I have to actually use my pickaxe there to try to knock that down just a little bit, because I don't want to see that stand through there. Again, this is all trial and error, but I just over and over and over again, just keep flattening it until you get it the way you want it. And so that little stuff where stuff is like popping up through the thing, that stuff drives me crazy. So it's got to be just so, if you know what I mean. It's got to be just so. All right, now my stone cutter's too far away. So I'm going to go over here now. Oh, nope, not do that. There we go. Go back here. Middle mouse button that. Pick up my stone cutter. Now, one of the problems is if somebody's nearby, they will pick up your stuff. So be aware of where your team members are before you break down a bench. Otherwise, you're going to be tracking down where those resources just went. Now, I'm going to try to put it in the middle of the area, and you can see that when I'm building stuff, I've got this outer line, which is a workbench, and then this line, which is for this right here, is now going to extend wherever I'm working. Probably a good idea to build another crafting station here. Also, if you notice that I put this up on the stone instead of putting it in the dirt, because I know I'm going to fill the rest of this with stone. And I'm just doing the outside edge of what I'm doing. Right out here, and just seeing that if all my levels are correct. Do I need to knock this down a little bit? How well does this square off to the outside edge there? This is a great example of just giving that one hit right there. And all you really want to see is if this is blue. If that's blue, then it's on the solid ground, right? It's the strongest strength it can be. And that's really what you're looking for. And then I'm going to go ahead now and basically use my building that is already existing as my kind of Rosetta Stone, right? My center of everything. Boom. And then we give that a little hit. Knock that down a little bit. Maybe go ahead and try a little flattening along here. I don't want to flatten it too low, but we do want to have it match up across the other side. Just like this. And a little lower here. Again, sometimes you gotta do it multiple times there. There we go. Again, this doesn't have to all be perfectly flat. If you're going to fill it all in with stone, I wouldn't spend so much time flattening it, just enough so it'll act as support. And not so much where you're doing every bit that's perfectly flat, because that takes a really long time, because I know I've spent a long time doing it, and it is massively time consuming. So keep that in mind when you are working. That'll help you a lot. And I got that little bit of dirt out of my stone, lowering that down just a little bit. Now my goal right here is to get this to go across here and end up right over here on this outer edge, and I think that's going to work out wonderfully over here. And again, a little bit more flattening. Going to definitely need to knock that down by one, flatten that out a little bit more. Go back here, take this one out. Now, right now, I'm actually exposing the base to attack because the mobs could come up here and they could run along this edge. So what I'm going to do is basically pick that up and then kind of just re-put it back down again. But this time I'm going to just kind of cap it off right there in the corner so they can't go beyond that area. Now eventually, instead of having these wood areas around the base, this is all going to be stone. And so the outside edge of the base, it'll take a lot more to destroy the stone than it would to destroy the wood there, right? Because the wood, of course, is not going to be as strong as the stone. So now I've got my outside edge, and I go ahead and just float down here and take a look. And that's looking pretty good. Like it pretty well. Probably we could tighten this up a little bit just by flattening underneath it. Tighten that up a little bit closer. Looks pretty good. Bunch of random resources out here. And there we go. So now I've basically set my expansion area that way. And we're going to go check our chickens here. They're going to make me slaughter all the chickens. All right, let's make sure again.
Core wood logs to give yourself additional support to go taller. The log poles and log beams.
Yeah.
I'm going to get these chickens, Warforged. All right, thank you.
Yeah, I'm getting them.
I'm about to clear all this and stone this out. Oh, I got some chicken meat.
All right, it's clear.
So I forget my come up on the platform with me.
Throw that up there. There we go. Magician's over there having a good time. All right. So I'm going to take their little chicken house out. Now, they can go and they can build their chicken house wherever else they want. They can go ahead and continue to expand back here in the corner. Now, another way to expand your base, everybody, is to start to be thinking vertically. Right? Like right now is a good time to think vertically. Think about how you're going to be expanding the base without the need of the ability to just make it wider and wider and wider. In my case, I'm making it wider, and then I'm also going to make it taller in the long run. But what I'm really doing, the reason why I'm taking this out, is we're going to rework the foundations of the base, reworking the stone on the ground. So the whole base is going to basically be have a stone floor instead of a wood floor. Now, wood floor, every now and again, you got to go around and repair it and do all of that stuff. Where a stone floor doesn't require as much repair unless something does attack it. Then you're definitely going to need some more repair. Use my little queen thing, even though I don't really need it right now, but we'll do it anyway. And you can see I'm just taking this stuff out. Even just taking stuff out takes stamina as well. Again, the stamina thing is probably the thing that drives me the most crazy. Because I just want to do what I want to do, right? In the moment when I'm building and stuff like that. But there are game mechanics. The reason why it has those game mechanics is so you're just not super OP. So you want to go in, and of course, and get your rested bonus, which is what I'm working on right now. I can always tell when my rested bonus runs off whenever I'm running out of stamina super, super fast like that. So I'm just going to sit over here for a minute or so. Boom, there we go. Now we have a nice 21. Oh, somebody took something down because now it's only comfort 14. Now I can go back over here and I'll have a bit more stamina. Another thing I like to do is when I'm taking stuff down is to go just to the hammer. If you notice, I right-clicked and I just went to the hammer up there. This way you don't have some object that you were building, like the foundations I was building before, kind of in your visual way. Now I can also just take down the bottom and let it fall down. Sometimes I'll do that. Sometimes I won't, because sometimes it just, slows the game down. You got to take your time and all that to do that. But basically, I'm going to be working on, flattening this all out, using up this stone to our benefit, and then working on an absolutely humongous sorting area that eventually will go through. A cool kind of mega idea I have for the sorting. And we'll try it out. And if I need to go collect more resources or do whatever I need to do, I'll stop what I'm doing and go do that, or if I need more boxes. But I don't want to interrupt the functionality of the base if I can avoid it. If I can avoid not interrupting the functionality, like right here, I'm taking out the functionality of the chickens. So what they'll need to do is now move that ability to somewhere else. Now, he could go up there, like he's got that whole top part there, and he could build a whole nother second part of the base. Or he could tear that down and make it out of stone. Or whatever he wants to do over there. Now, I can tell you, even if I took all of the stone, there's no way, even with the massive amount of extra resources that we have now, that I'm going to be able to build every bit of this base out of stone. Because we just don't have the resources for that. And other people are going to be using it as well, and that's perfectly fine. But I do love this location. I was going to look for another location to build a mega base. But since we've already done the final boss, And I really love this location. It's really in a bunch of great biomes. And we're not going to be resetting the server. This is a great way to go. I wonder why he put these in the ground like this. I should ask him. Hey, Warforged, why did you put these angled things in the ground like this? Is there a reason?
Oh, let me look.
Oh yeah, Alan, the portal.
Oh, to keep the chickens on the inside when they lay their eggs.
Oh, I died too.
Oh no.
Oh, so that keeps them. That keeps them from getting out of the building.
It worked. I didn't see any more after I did it. Because if they lay eggs, it rolls back down.
Oh, I see. It rolls down, back down into the center of the building. Ah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good. That's a
'Cause that
good
way they
trick.
can't hatch them on the edge of the building.
So Alan and I will need the help with the corpse run. The portal died.
Who
Portal
killed the portal?
died.
The y'all.
Yeah, y'all did.
Yeah.
Y'all insane.
What portal died? The portal to our mega base? I'm not gonna hear him now.
We were
I'm not gonna hear that answer because I'm listening to this alert. Look out! We got John coming in. Showing some love. That's 4 months of prime sub love right there, everybody. Show some love in the chat. Sorry, someone hit the love train there. What was the answer to that?
portal out to the middle of nowhere.
I think yours is wrong about that.
Do you know where like specifically it's at on the map?
Well,
Do we
yeah,
need some search and rescue, or what do we need?
Do we, like,
it's right there. Yes, we're gonna need help getting back there. Because I think TM, Ahanian, and I all died.
Is that close to our
I
base?
did too, but not from that.
Is that close to our base, or we have to boat out there?
I think going from the base is probably the easiest. It's pretty much right between X11 and the base.
Okay. Yeah.
But, I don't know. Maybe a boat. I guess a boat from either end.
Yeah,
Well,
both
well,
of you have-
We got bow at the base, the other base. So that's what I was asking.
All right, we'll get together, everybody. Help each other out. Let's help them get their gear back. If you guys need my help, let me know. I'm just gonna be
Wait, how
fooling
about
around
this?
in the base.
We go get the big boat, and so we can just boat out there. So we can like, so we can go row up, boat out there, or
Yeah, and let's bring a portal man.
Okay.
Would it
That's
be
pretty
easy to
tricky.
go
That's a tricky
to
idea.
X11?
Thank you. I appreciate it very much. How's it going? How's everyone doing? I'm actually doing much better today. I finally in the afternoon
Yeah,
of
so
today.
I'll
In the
break
morning,
down
I
the
was
big
still
boat out
struggling.
here.
But in the
Big
afternoon,
pack
I
of
was
mega
finally
base.
able to breathe a
Mega
bit
base.
more normally.
Mega
Right
base,
now,
so
I don't know how long it's going to last. Man, I've been taking a whole bunch of stuff to help
I'm gonna
with
update you because of the sales.
like acid reflux and also with allergies. I took some allergy medicine today too. I feel like that helped a little bit. So just pulling out all the stops at this point
It's in the overflow box.
to try to keep myself from dying, basically. All right, let's go ahead and work this back some more here.
There's 10 copper scraps over here at X11.
And my crew's got it handled. Now, if they need my help, they'll say, hey, Kismet, we need you too. But, they're not new players, everybody. It's not like I need to run around and, tell them what to do all the time. And even as new players, I typically don't do that, Beeps. I say, hey, what do you want to do? What do you need help with? That's what I typically like to do.
So we're gonna start
I
from
feel it's
the
much
Queen
better
or
if you
X11?
give the other people like the power or the agency of doing what they want to do. I feel like they're going to be much more interested in doing it.
We get inside.
Now again, you can see that I'm opening up the crew here
Whichever
to
one's
being
closer.
attacked. And what I want to do is try to get this squared off all the way across here as well. And as you go along, you got to keep moving your bench over here. as you're kind of working in different areas.
Yeah, but it would be easier.
Okay, because I need to run the big boat. out
And
into
now
the
we're going to
ground.
put that there. And again, you want to try to put that down where it's
At the
not
other
in
base.
your way. That's the hardest thing. Now, whenever I'm building everybody, you'll see
So
I
are
just,
we
you know,
going
kind of
by a
commentate what I'm
boat?
doing, the reason why I'm doing what I'm doing, that kind of stuff. My team cannot hear me, by the way. They cannot hear me when I'm talking to you guys on purpose. This way they can talk to each other and not be interrupted by me. It does take a lot of extra work to make that happen. I gotta have multiple microphones
Attack
and all
on,
of that stuff
main base.
set up so that I can talk to you guys and then use a
you're all
different
good.
microphone to talk to
Skellies.
them. All
I'm
right,
in my
looking good.
skivvies.
I'm coming.
Whoa!
I'll give them dirty looks.
Perfect timing. There's my big wall. There we go. Yeah, so all of a sudden, of course, while I'm working, because the game loves to troll you, while I'm working on the actual wall,
Yeah, I got them all.
a bunch of mobs showed up and want to troll me. Oh, that cannot, that's not a foundation there. And want to troll
Oh,
me,
I'm just
so
lagging that
I
bad,
need to
that's
put
all.
down just something to block them from coming around that corner there, so I can continue working. And my team's got it handled. Skeletons are not that hard. I mean, we're way past
I'm
the
being hit by
skeleton
something,
stage
but I can't see it.
over here, where the team can handle it without me. I have to say, all right, all hands on deck, let's go, we're getting attacked and whatnot. And most of the time, I don't even need to tell them. They can see that it says skeleton surprise. If they're at the base. If they're not at the base, then usually one person will call it out, and that's all you really need. You know, if it's obvious, you don't need to call it out. If it's not obvious, then you say, hey, we're getting attacked at the main base. And then usually my crew will show up and lend a hand. Right over there. Oh, more stone. Of course, always when I'm working, that's when it's like storming. There's something up in the sky by the lightning west. It's running along doing the lightning. It's like a Santa up there or something. Or Thor. Yeah, there was like somebody running across the sky, way up in the sky there.
Learn how to do magic for us.
Too cool. All right, let's stack all
right,
this
some
stone
big
in there.
bones.
There we go. And back over here.
That's a big boy.
And there we go. Okay, so we got that done. Now, I don't know if I did this in wood. Oh yeah, I did all this in wood in
Away
here.
from base. So
Now
we don't
these are
damage it.
upgrades to the benches that are in front of them. That's why they're in this separate room, so they're not blocking these. So if you go to this bench, you can see it's a level 5 bench. If you go to this forge over here, you can see it's a level 6 forge. We have an anvil up there too, which is really annoying when you're trying to get multiple
looks like
people
it might
in the
have been it.
forge. I probably should have put the forge in the center and then put the other one over there. But the reason why I put both of these together is so that one upgrade would apply to 2 benches. And actually, a really great way of doing it is putting the upgrades in the center or underneath it, and then it'll apply to multiple benches that are on top of it. So you don't have one bench that everybody's
do you
trying to
need
get
to
to.
do?
Now that's not a problem when you're solo or maybe just 2 or 3 are playing, but when you get up to 6, 7, 8 players playing at the same time, and you only got the one bench, yeah, that could be very inconvenient and very awkward for you to
ready to
constantly be
pick up
moving
the
that stuff
pieces?
around. Thank you, John. I appreciate that. Yes, it is good to hear, and it's good to feel too. Feel like I'm gasping for breath all the time. Let's see how we're doing on our cartography table here. Now, I know they've been up here exploring a bit. Let's see where they at over here.
Well, I have no armor on. Might as well sit in the hot tub.
There you go. Hot tub's the place to be. All
More
right.
hits.
It's damage. It's just I don't know.
Now, see, this is the kind of stuff that I'd like to fix. See how that
There's-
dirt's coming
hold
through
on,
the stone?
water.
And that's why you want to go ahead and just kind of flatten that
There we
out.
go.
Do a little bit. Okay, I want to fix that. Do a little bit of this. Fix that.
Okay, I have all the resources for the longbow, guys. So
Apparently, they missed the skeleton. Oh, big lag there. Big lag. That actually does damage to the base.
Big lag.
everyone
Mama.
who needs to get their stuff, meet me in the storage area.
That'll pick up on. All right. Now, of course, the next thing we want to do is go ahead and start to block the area off as well. Now, before you start, you want to look at, you know, how this eventually is going to work itself out in the long run. How am I going to build out that edge? How far do I really need to build to block that stuff off? Oh, sorry, my bad. I was holding the button down. I have my foot on it. Well, we know it's working good now.
Alan,
and
you get your stuff?
I do. I'm just trying.
and what I did, I finally went in. By the way, speaking of my foot pedal.
Okay.
I finally went in and I taped that sucker down because when I'm pressing it, I'll press it and the pedal keeps sliding. Even though it has little rubber feet on the bottom, for some reason it would just continue to slide and whatnot. So what we're going to do is also build a little exterior part here to try to keep them from coming in. Now, you've got the natural wall here, so they're not going to be able to get up there.
I meant the boat.
So I don't necessarily need this one right here, but they could try to climb up. I feel like if I could climb up there, they can climb up there. I would probably back this
I know what you're talking about, Dio.
like that, and back this like that. And don't give them any footholds to be able to get up there. Right? You want them to be able to just run right up there and get up into the base.
Here's my suggestion.
Like that.
And I think the ones that are going to get the bodies, we should
and we
let
should probably think about
one
our
with
food here
armor
because we're about to
clear
run out. Now, right here, I think
before
I
they go
could run
grab
up
their bodies.
because there's nothing blocking me there.
Do y'all need me along?
Probably, yeah. Come along.
Cool thing about being the person who's building that part of the base is I can take that part down. I just make it easy for me just to bring that right out of there. Now that's a dangerous thing right there, everybody, that I just did. I just opened that up where mobs could get in there and basically destroy every bit of the resources we spent endless hours collecting. Not always a good idea, but if you notice, we keep our doors open anyway during the day. And that's because we have enough workbenches around that block the spawning of the mobs. Vitally important to think about that as well. Now, we've got our thing here. Now, certain mobs that are taller mobs could come up here and get over this and get to us. And eventually, I'll go ahead and we'll work more on that other side if we have enough time. But I'm just going to be working on this side over here. Now, another thing that I don't want to do is I don't want to put my base right against the edge, because if a troll does come along and start hitting the side of the base is also going to hit the side of my base. I also need to think about the thoroughfare of people running back and forth along the edge. And I usually do it at least a cart wide. So I would use the cart as an example of how wide you should make your sides like this. And leave a little room on both sides. So if we put another foundation in here, we need some stone cutter to be a little closer. Let's go over here and utilize the side over here. If we are, say, going to run a long ways this way, yeah, we could use this right here. We could put that cart down and see if it's really easy for people to do the cart. Now, in my case, I like to leave not only enough room for them to run, but also an additional one, just because people are coming and going. And in this game, people can run into each other. So you've got your outside edge, so people can come over here, you know, use their bow, shoot stuff.
I got the boat
over there.
pieces. Longboat.
Oh, that was a hit! That was a one-shot right there. Nice.
Somebody have
come on, some GGs in the chat for that one. And then, so I've got this part of my wall here. that's actually going to be the exterior of the base. It's actually going to protect the base against being attacked. Now, I would not leave it like that, everybody. I would definitely stack it higher, just so mobs cannot walk up and start shooting your buildings. That's not good. Another thing I would do is do basically what you're doing over here and create some ramparts up there. Now, ramparts are basically a place for people to walk. Now, if I were to put a bunch of ramparts in here, I would not put the flooring in. I would take the flooring out unless I was going to leave a walkway. So a great example is if I go in and I go ahead and fill in the rest of this right here, like that. And then I want to make it where you can run under or you can go over up on the top, right? And this is like a standard thing they do in castles where they have the thickness of the wall. And you can run inside the wall or you can run on top of the wall. And that's a traditional style way of building where you're doing basically something like that. And then we have a good amount of room to run inside there. And that's what I'm talking about by leaving it 3 blocks wide, right? So you got this on the outside of the first block. You got your middle block, and this is on the outside of the other block. Now, also what that's going to do is it's going to limit the space of my base, but this will become the exterior of my base and also give us plenty of room to take our cart if we want to and run along the outside edge, right? Thinking of the thoroughfare of your people, especially as the primary builder, you need to be thinking about that all the time. How can they just get in the base, get what they need, and then get the heck out of here? Just as simple as that. When's the next Hogwarts stream? Oh, that's a good question. You can check my schedule on all my social media and see it's going to be just the same as it was last week. You can check it out on Twitter or Discord or whatnot, but I don't mind telling you as well. Either way, it doesn't matter. I don't mind telling you. It's going to be Tuesday night, Wednesday night, and Thursday night for Hogwarts Legacy because we're going to try to forward our playthroughs a bit faster because we are going to run out of time. I can tell you that. I have a ton of other games that I do need to get into my rotation, including 7 Days to Die, which is going to replace Valheim when that does drop. Now, the other thing I can do is go ahead and try to put these across here. See what just happened, how it disappeared like that? And that's because it doesn't have any support across there. If I just go ahead and put that block there, if I can do it fast enough, I might be able to put it across. But it's going to basically say, hey, you don't have enough support to put that up in the air like that. And we'll work on supports and things like that just here in a second. Oh, I need to bring this all the way in. Come here, you. There we go. Let's just bring this all the way in here. Like this. And utilize some more stone in here. I think we're clearing it out pretty well. Again, it doesn't do us any good sitting in the box here as well. Stone is not that difficult to get. We're also at a point, too, where we now have the queen buff where we can get and do damage to stone and resources and stuff like that a bit more. But yeah, best to use up your overflow first. And also to consolidate your overflow. Like here, my overflow now is way at the end of this particular thing. So I would take all of this out and move this overflow up to box number 1. Like this. And that just makes me know that the rest of those boxes are empty. Same thing over here. You can see that we have plenty of stuff. Now, sometimes I will split them into different boxes like that. The reason why I split them in different boxes like that is so that you know this is where that goes and this is where the thing goes. That's a pretty common thing to put the same like thing in that particular thing and not mix them. Mixing them can be troublesome in the long run. Now, I'm also going to start tapping into our larger one here, which is really utilizing, is for the primary base and whatnot. And then I'll put some of this wood back in here as well. And you can see I'm starting to take some stuff out of here, just random stuff I don't really need in there right now. And I can put those here in our drop boxes. And normally I sort the drop boxes, but today I wanted to dive right into it. Put this, yeah, this, yeah. And really want to take that food and put that away in here. I think I'm going to take this tankard out. That food in there. I don't know, I'll just throw in that one for now. And I'll throw some of my bone arrows in there as well. Just to give me more room in my inventory. And then we can put all that in there. And utilize this for the primary base over here. I love this cart thing. It's so cool. You did check, so I did at least try before asking. Hey, I appreciate it, John. Appreciate it. Okay, now, to create some supports for this, there is a support piece right here that you can utilize to kind of step that across. Now, I would put it down just a little bit like this. And that's because when you go ahead and you put your item up above like this, you'll want it to match up to the top. Or maybe you don't. Maybe you want it to be a little bit lower, right? Maybe you want to have that cool kind of castle effect where you have, where it kind of goes solid and then comes down and then like that, where it's basically got arrow slits in there. I don't really want it because my peeps don't really need arrow slits, everybody. I'll go show you what I mean. By running up on top here, you can see that it's flat on top and whatnot. So now we've got the supports. Now we don't need to put a ton of supports in there. What you need to do is just do something like that. Oop, that one is actually not correct. There we go. You put some supports in there, and you can see that the support is carrying over into the other stuff here as well. No, not what I want to do. There we go. Sometimes I'm not in the right tool, and it does that. And then we'll start moving our crafting bench out. And I love doing this stuff, everybody. I love doing mega building where you're doing all of this fancier stuff. But I do, again, do not do it lower. Oh, see, look, there's somebody out there. Somebody hit the edge of my stuff. What are you doing? Come here. Take that. Take that. Look at my fists are getting good. Getting good with my fists. Take this. Take that. Take this. Now, the reason why I'm using my fists, I only have 25 health and I have like 0 stamina right now, is because I know that my armor is such that these guys can't hurt me. In the early game, they've really cranked this up. It's not like it used to be. It is much tougher than it used to be when you are starting off. So keep that in mind. And again, we'll just do this. And then the best way to know is to put it up there and see if it just lets you go ahead and do that thing. And create yourself little ramparts. Oh, I got to repair my thing. Oh, and you can't, your crafting stations need a roof to repair. I'll run back over here like this, repair my stuff, and right back out. Oh, and I need my food, which I think I left it in the box thing over here. Now, my crew need my, oh, and he gave me some more bread there. Thank you very much. My crew are trying to get my attention. Usually I'll see them because they'll run toward me because I saw him running toward me, which usually means he's trying to get my attention for something or they're trying to give me something. Greatly appreciate your crew, everybody. Your peeps are always backing you up. Appreciate them big time. You can see I made a little bit of a rampart here in the wood area. Normally I would make that all the way around. So at any point you could run up on the top side and shoot over that. That's why I'm not quite a fan of these spikes where it does help mobs not getting in your base. It does make it more difficult for you to shoot the mobs. And that's why typically I like a good flat area like this. Now, the next thing I'm going to do is go ahead and extend this out just a little bit. So we can think about the next thing in our adventure here, which is the ability to get up there. I feel like I need to give it a hit. There we go. Is the ability to get up to the top side. How are we going to get up there? Now, our building is going to be pretty much all the way here, and this is going to be our new wall. That's why I'm working on this first, by the way, is figuring out the max dimensions of what I'm building first, and then come back and then build it all out and do the whole building things. Now, I don't even know if I'm going to get this done in this playthrough, because the second that 7 Days to Die comes through, you're live on Discord, Kiz. I am right now? No, I'm not right now. I don't think I am.
And then they were
I'm
like,
holding the button down.
stroke, and
They're in there chatting away. And so sometimes I mute my team, by the way, everybody, when I'm talking to you guys. So I'm not trying to talk over them or competing with their voice as well. If they need my attention, they'll get me. Or they know I go into like streaming mode and building mode here, and they'll need to flag me down to get my attention if it's necessary. I do like it when they don't interrupt me when I am on a roll. Most of my team know that. Unless it's like an emergency or something like that, you absolutely need my assistance right that second. When I get into a building mode, best thing to just let me do my thing. If there's an emergency, hey Kismet in the chat or in the actual Twitch chat as well. But most of the time they know what to do or what not to do. Okay, so we'll go ahead and put in another one of these big walls, and we'll do this. Now, what I could do is I can make the ladder go this way, but you really don't want to do that. And the reason why you don't want the ladder to come this way is because you want it to take up a minimum amount of space, right? So you want the ladder to basically go in such a direction that it utilizes basically a small amount of space, like this, right? Now, because my building is going to come all the way to this edge, right here, I want to kind of figure this out ahead of time. And you can just put it on the wall, by the way. You don't have to put it on the ground. You can just attach it to the wall, and now you got yourself a nice little ladder that you can go up. But of course, now you got a problem, right? You got a problem of, oh God, I got no landing. Now I'm going to end up there. That's what the flat part is at the top of a stairs, or a stairs that switch back. That's called a landing. So to get that landing, though, I'm already going to have a landing there because my building is going to go this way, right? So my building is going to go out this way like this. So now not only did I integrate the overhang and the outer part of the wall, but I've also integrated the stairs in such a way we can come up and the actual wall itself acts as a landing, and then eventually you do it here. Now, a lot of times you'll find that I don't build super fancy stuff because super fancy stuff takes two things that are super valuable. One, time. Two, resources. In the beginning, basic square buildings, minimum amount of resources, minimum amount of time to maximize the time in which I'm doing other things like sorting loot. We're out exploring, we're collecting stuff. You gotta balance your collecting with the output of what you're actually doing. So another thing you also want to think about is how far should it be between entrances to your base here, right? So we can actually take this one out. We could use our thing here, hit the ground, and you see that dirt is mostly out of there. If we go ahead and flatten it a little bit, it'll take it out of there. So right about here, because it already does have an entrance, you can run along the outside here. I don't necessarily have to make it where there's an entrance and another entrance and another entrance. I wish they had entrances that were a lot wider. Instead of having a single door, you could have a double door wide, kind of like barn doors, and do those. And these are our different ones that we have to choose from. We have different gates that we could use. That's basically like a wall. We have these kind of higher end fun gate things we could use. There's an actual gate door there. And so on. So you just kind of tinker around with the ones that you think might be great for your particular build. I'm looking also for the big door here. Where did it go? I know it's in here somewhere. Right here. We also have this hexagonal gate that we have before. And then the one that I really, really like, this one right here, the dark wood gate. But that takes iron. And iron is a valuable resource. But we're such a point now where I'm going to start to utilize those and use a little bit of the iron. Now, you don't want to go in here and, burn up 12 stacks of iron because that's a lot of people's time. People's time collecting that particular iron. Now, this actual whole entire base, because I don't want to interrupt the base while it's actually being used, because right now it's being used. It's being used. People are running in here, grabbing resources, grabbing stuff that they need, and kind of running back and forth. So I don't want to disrupt any of this. I don't want to take their portals down, do any of that. one of the smart things I can do is offset the base, and all the stuff that I have over here, I can just keep moving that outward, and then that gives me room to build without disrupting what I already have. And that's what I'm working on right now, is not disrupting it. I'm also going to make it where we have to think out, where are they going to go in and out of the base? Where's going to be your entrance and exit points in the base? Well, it's going to be wherever the portals are most of the time. You're going to have the center part of your base, which is basically right here. But I could move the center over. I could go out there and move it around. But we've already established this as the center. It's perfectly fine. Works great. And we're going to go ahead and leave that as the center of our base. And just basically give ourselves some expansion. So putting the door right here is not going to be probably the most optimum spot for it. So now's a good time to just say, you know what I want to do? I want to go ahead and apparently get some more stone, because I don't have enough. Is just to go ahead and put some more walls in there. I'm going to put the rest of this stuff in here. And a little more stone. So I don't need to be carrying any of the wood and stuff while I'm building. If I need that, I can always run back to my little thing there. All right, so now what we really want to do, again, more walls like this, and we're looking good. And like this. Now, I don't like low ceilings like this. I like my ceilings to be pretty high up. And one of the things that happens when you use arch ceilings or angled ceilings like this, there's two different angles. There's the lower angle and the higher angle. I like the lower angle if I think I'm going to go on top of the base, and I like the higher angle if I just want to have more of a feeling of space up there at the top like this. And so basically when I'm building, I'll keep that in mind. But again, what's the fastest thing to do? What's the most efficient thing for me to do? Those are the things I'm always thinking of. Now, in the black marble here, we've got these really cool black marble corners. We have even archways you can use in there as well. Lots of beautiful stuff. And if I want to come back one day and do black marble, I could very easily just take out the regular stone and put in the black marble. So you could build it all out of stone, get an idea of what you want, put in your supports and get all that stuff going, and then come back and say, okay, this is what I want, and then take the time to grind out all of those pieces as well. There's some really cool stairs and stuff in here. I try not to build stuff on multiple levels if I can avoid it when you're playing with a crew. If you want it to look cool, multiple levels is awesome. But if you want it to be super efficient, like this base right here, this is all about efficiency and not about pizzazz, right? Their ability to, oh, Unforgiven dead there. This is all about their ability to get in there, get the loot, drop off the loot, and then get back to what they're doing. That's my job. That's my job, to make that as optimized as possible. So they don't have to go and look for resources and look for stuff that they need. And I could do it by putting it in the floor, or I could do it by basically putting the boxes on the wall, which is what I do in the beginning. I put the boxes on the wall in the beginning because this takes a lot of time. Especially to try to figure out how many boxes to put in, how many boxes fit this way and that way, lengthways and hardways, and then, of course, lining it with all the edges and stuff like that. That takes a lot of time and effort. And you have to also think it out. Where am I going to put this? Where am I going to put the raw goods? Where am I going to put the finished goods? Where am I going to put the overflow? Where am I going to put the drop boxes, right? Those are all things you need to take in consideration for the ease of use, and then also so people aren't constantly running into each other, right? If I made it where these drop boxes were in the center, that would be highly inconvenient to my crew. So I have them all around the outside, and I have a lot of them because we get a lot of loot. That's for sure. Now, again, this part right here is making me nervous, so I don't like to leave that open. So I'm going to go over here and just take a quick moment to put that back in over here. So if a mob runs up, even a small half wall will prevent them from running in the base like that. Very nice. And put that back in there. There we go. And put this food into there. There we go. Oh, now we got more food. Oh, we got 3 different types of food, too. There we go. Very nice. Put that back in there. There we go. All right. So, again, now instead of building it out of wood, I'm building it out of stone. and I'm putting it right on the edge of the base. Now remember, this part right here doesn't need to be there. This is a straight drop off. Mobs cannot get up there. You'll be just fine. Now, another great thing to utilize your ramparts for is to have the ability to use your workbench. So we can go over here and basically take out the workbench and utilize this walkway. Now, of course, we're going to have a problem if we put it in our way. We won't have the ability to run past there with the cart. So you got to kind of think that out before you put that in there. And you can recess it in the wall like this. I don't like to do too much of that, but sometimes you got to do what you got to do, like that. Then I can try it with the cart, and I can try to run through there, and it's just fine. Now, see, this wall here is going to get pushed out further, just like I did with the other wall. So that's going to get pushed out and then run along, and then I'll build ramparts over the top all the way around that side of the base eventually. But right now, that's not really my priority. Right now, my priority is to build out the area in which we're building. And it's a beautiful day for building now. Look at this. There we go. And just try to build that out. Now, this thing's in my way because you can see that I'm going to be filling this area in. So now's a good time to move that. And then move it in a place in which I don't have to move it all that much afterwards, right? So something like that. And then we can go ahead and use the exterior and interior of this part right here to work on this. And again, you can see that some of this needs, a little bit of help. Burp. Maybe one over here. Burp. And then a little flattening. There we go. Now we don't have that showing through. What's up, Bacon? Thanks for coming in, hanging out. Hey. Thanks for chilling out in the stream. Let's see how my crew's doing. You all okay? Did you guys recover your stuff?
Good on it.
Yeah, we're doing that now.
Oh, you're still recovering your guys' stuff? If you need help, let me know. I'll stop what I'm doing. I'm just...
Oh no, we're there, kids. It's just we need to survive long enough to get all our stuff back at this point.
Augie's dead.
Okay. I mean, we guys have pulled up.
My team is always my priority over this stuff, everybody. This is just me building. But if my team needs me to stop what I'm doing and come over there and help them because they can't get their gear, I'll stop doing this in a second. Just like if my wife calls me on the phone right now and says, hey, I need your help. Boom, this stream is over, bro. Gotta have those priorities in life, everybody.
Who died underneath?
And they work well together. And sometimes, what I'm trying to do is let them
Alan
solve the
did.
problem themselves without having to rely on me to solve each problem. And most of my crew are fantastic players. They're really great at whatever they choose to do. They're really good at it. So they don't need me to go, oh, you should put that foundation there, or this is what you should do every 5 seconds. They don't need me to do that. And those are the type of people I like to play with.
Gotcha.
Because I don't have to micromanage them. If you are a great team player, you should not have to be micromanaged. You should not have to ask too many questions. You should have all the questions you need, but you shouldn't have to ask, okay, how do I do this? How do I do that? Before taking the extra time to go look it up, or or just ask, hey, I need help with this thing. Okay, what do you need help with? Oh, I'm trying to do this, this, and this. Okay, well, to do that, you do this, this, and this, right? People who are also helpful to others are also great to have on a team, who are willing to, take a minute and say, oh, yeah, here, let me show you how to do that. And then, boom, show those people how to do it. Or, oh, you're stuck? Hold on, let me come help you get unstuck.
Yeah,
so.
we're getting this competition.
Thank you for all your help.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Thank you.
And then there we go.
Uh-huh.
You want to cultivate
Also, I
that
have to
teamwork
make
as a
my
leader,
characters
so they don't have to rely on you. That's the ultimate leader, everybody, is that they don't need to rely on you for every decision. You
want me
get
to
them
take it
started in
back?
a certain direction, or
Base?
you be there when they need help,
I just put it back.
and then they don't need you every single second. This is not only just in game, everybody. This is in your job, in your real life. If you have a lot of great people that you work with, I can tell you there's nothing greater. Because that's all that a business is, everybody. It's just a
2.
group of like-minded individuals, people who are working toward a common goal. And
I
I've
broke
worked
the
with a
chest,
lot of
course.
teams, and I've hired people and I've fired people for various reasons. One, they were great team players, or they were not great
Pull
team
away from the
players.
portal.
And the same thing in game here. If I feel like
Hey,
you're
I'm
not
like
a great team player,
stuck
you're
or
disrupting
something, I
my
can't
team.
move.
My team doesn't like whatever you're doing, whether you're being obnoxious, you're talking too much on the Discord, you are
Still can't move.
putting them down. Things
have
like that.
0
I am too
stamina.
old for that
Hold on.
game, everybody.
Yeah,
If
check
you
your
don't know
inventory.
that's not a good thing,
Yeah,
then
no, it's 0
Kismet gonna
stamina.
kick you out in
No,
a second.
like, check your
Just
inventory.
like
It's
that.
Sure, it's not
No,
lag.
it's lag.
Do a
So
reload.
it's good to
Oh,
find
I got
that
it, I got-
balance.
You're right, I'm overburdened
Right?
by 6.
Find
Hold on.
that threshold where other people feel comfortable in the group, and then you feel comfortable as well. Right? If you're
Check right
uncomfortable,
there.
you need to
Push
speak
it.
up. You say, I feel
There we
uncomfortable. This
go.
person keeps telling me how terrible I am at the game. I don't like that person. Then I will go have a talk with that person. I've done it many times. You'll find that a guild leader spends more time doing all of that stuff than actually playing the game. I probably play as a guild leader in Lineage, World of Warcraft, and so on and so forth, all the games we've played. I've probably played the game 25% of the time, and 75% of the time doing guild stuff. That is probably a kind estimate. Anyone who's been a guild leader knows what I'm talking about. And if you've not, take a look at how much time your guild leader spends. And if they're spending a
You
good
think
amount
we
of
should put
time
that,
doing other
that
things, you might want to help
chest down
support them in that as well.
under
big
where the
time.
skull is?
And if your guild is running well, your game time will go up, and your micromanaging time will go down. And so across the time, I've tried to balance that better. So I get to play the game too, as the leader. Believe me, it is quite the undertaking to run a guild. And it's also heartbreaking too. Because, you have great members, you really like hanging out with them, and for whatever reason, they start doing crazy stuff, or they're being disrespectful to other members. Maybe they're having a bad day or something. I don't hold grudges either, everybody. I'm too old. I'm too old, and it's too exhausting. So if sometime in the past you were a jerk or something happened or whatever, if you want to hang on to that forever, you go right ahead. I'm too old. I don't want to do it. Yeah, do not want to do it at all.
Fog, if you want to go ahead and grab,
Holding grudges
have somebody
only
grab that.
poisons you.
Bring it to the boat.
The other person most
Well, I
likely
need to find a
doesn't
boat,
care.
So
That's the real funny part of that. Is the other person will probably be just as happy not talking to you than talking to you. Keep that in mind. All right, look at that. Yeah, now we talking. Now, one of the things that I've already done, as you can see, I've already stoned it in over here. I'm going to use this corner one right there. Bro, yeah, overburdened. And you can see now I've done this. Now, one of the great spots, thing about this particular spot is the view. Now, what I'm going to do is go ahead and move a lot of the stuff that I have there forward eventually. But again, trying not to modify what I've got working and that people are coming in and out and utilizing until it's time. Until it's time to work on that.
Back through.
And one of the easiest ways to modify that, which is basically the core of everything that we're doing right now. That's the core of all of our resources, of the comings and goings of everybody in the entire base. And that's why I typically work on that room, because I know that room is so incredibly vital to my team. And that's what I love to do. That's the type of thing I like to build. And you'll see me do it also in 7 Days to Die. All of my team, by the way, are fantastic builders. All of them are, not just me. And that's awesome as well. But one of the things that I like to do is to micromanage the base. Because that's like my forte. That's what I do the best. And I always try to do the things that I enjoy, because you'll get better at those things because you enjoy doing them. Now, what I'm going to do is just go ahead and line this with the smaller ones here, Probably could align this actually with the longer ones. Go ahead and take that out. Now, the cool thing is you get your resources back. I think there's a longer... This is a longer half wall. No, I think that is. Yeah. See, what I need is I need a long wall like this. That's 2 of those together. This is a stone thing. This is a single block. I don't think that's in there. Huh. If they have that in the... You got the floor. A lot of great shapes in the marble one. Oh, they got that. They got the smaller one. And then they have the block. These are better organized than the stone ones, I think. Oh, there's that round pillar. Cool. And then a big round pillar. Ooh, like that too. Beautiful. These are also really awesome over here, these beams. But they use iron. So again, iron is something you have to grind. You have to go in and collect it from the what do you call that? The crypts. So you have to go into the crypts and grind it out of there. And so most of the time, what you're doing is you're breaking your way through between the different rooms and killing mobs, which is fairly easy for us to do now. But again, would I rather use that to build something, or would I rather use that to make larger storages? See, that's the thing you're going to be thinking about as you work on stuff. And I find that everything that I build is never the finished thing. It's never going to be the finished thing of what I'm doing, because I'm always going to be working it and reworking it and so on down the way here. There we go. We're going to mark that off. And then, so what I'm doing now is creating an edge. Now, I want to enjoy the view. The view is a wonderful thing. So I'm going to go ahead and take out the corner here and just put that in there. And then look at my view here. See how I've got the double big windows, right? The really large windows, which are super cool. I'm going to go ahead and balance that out by, basically it's going to be 1.5 high, because the other one is now sunk down into the bottom. And then I'll use a little one right there, or I could use a little one on the other end, whatever you feel like doing, right there. So that's now brought that up. And so I want to create, a little bit of an archway here to put that across the top, and that's going to give me that arch there. They do have other rounded things, which is pretty cool. This is really awesome. The dark wood arch. Now, I could use these dark wood arch. They use tar, but tar is another thing that you have to go and grind, right? Stone is probably the easiest of all the stuff for me to collect right now, because I could literally just run up to that mountain up there and take the whole top of that mountain off if I wanted to. I just start at the top and start flattening it out and flattening it out and flattening it out until I get to a point where I can't make it any lower. I just take the whole top of that mountain off, which I've done in other games. I've gone in and just taken the whole top of stuff off just for fun. And what I'm doing here is getting an idea, is this what I want? Is this what I want? Do I want it to be like this? How about the height of the roof? What do I want to do there? And this is my process, everybody, is to do it in sections. Start your stuff in sections and do it. Now, I wish this was Satisfactory, because Satisfactory has one of the greatest building systems of any game. It's second to none. And one of those things that I could do is literally just go right here, roll over the edge, and it would automatically know to put that up on the top. See, I can't quite do it here because, I'm kind of fooling with it. I got on the edge, I try to go there, I try to do this. Now, I just went back to get some wood so that I could get up higher and utilize my vertical action here and get up here. So now I can go in and do the thing I really want to do and put this up on top. Like that. Now, is that how high I want it to be? Yeah, I like that. That's not too bad. We can go in there. And again, look at these cool shingled roofs too. Oh, so beautiful. Those things are cool. And that's a 45 degree. And they also have the 26 degree one like this, which is pretty cool. I like it. I dig all of that. but we're not going to do any of that. We are going to do some basic stuff where eventually we do something like that. But notice it comes down. Again, going to need those supports. You can also use your iron supports. But in this case, we're going to do it without iron supports, and that's just going to cost us less iron and less stuff we have to grind. We just go ahead and do this. And then another big wall right there. Now, what I just established is an offset. If you notice that this right here does not quite line up perfectly to the edge, and that's because the pole in the corner is holding that up. And then we have the supports under it that are holding it up. So this really is not going to perfectly line up to our walls. And you actually want to offset. It's kind of like when you're doing bricks, right? When you're doing bricks, you don't want to just go straight up, straight up, straight up when you're doing bricks. You want to actually alternate them because it does add to the strength of the thing. So if I was going to build this like bricks here, I would alternate it like this, and then this one would then split in half of that one, and this one would split in half of this one, and so on and so forth. But what I want to do is have some big, wide open areas so we can enjoy the view, but mobs will have difficulty getting into the base. Now, if you do it too much, things like bats and other flying creatures can get right in your base and start to destroy the interior of your base as well. So we need to watch out for that. But we're going to go ahead and basically just try to figure out how far can we get away with having that suspended and how big of a window we could do. So we'll go ahead and put another one up here. Oh, not that one, this one. And see what happens. There we go. It broke down. The best way to know, and I picked back up the stone, so I didn't lose the stone. But I can go ahead and basically see the distance in which this is going to be. Or I could just put it down here. Something like this, and get the general idea of where this is going to end up, basically here at the end. And then there we go. Now, one of the problems with this right here, again, it's not going to be offset like the one in the corner. So we're going to build it like we did in the corner with 2 columns like that. Take this back out again. And then basically just reverse what we've already done. And then we can use this to attach to that, or we can attach to this. I find once you get started and you're doing walls and things, that it's way better to be up on top while you're building than to be underneath, because it gets really obnoxious. You got to climb up over and over and over again. All right, now what I really want to do is attach this to that and not necessarily to this, but it'll calculate all of that and let you know how well you're doing. And that's looking awesome. I like everything about that, but we're going to need our little piece right here at the end just to kind of finish that off so nobody walks off the thing there. And there we go. Big, giant arch. Beautiful view. We can see the docks down there. Eventually, I'm going to build out the docks if we have enough time. But the number one thing that I'm going to have trouble with is I'm going to run out of stone. Absolutely. I'm absolutely going to run out of stone here. No matter what I do, because the more ambitious the project, the more stone that I'll need. Now, another great trick, if you want to do this, is just to try to go down from down there, or just go up from there. That'll show you where you need to be. Then we need to get more stone. And we'll get this. Oh. Trying to get it at the right spot. There we go. And again, this is a quite humongous, ambitious project. And that's the stage we're in right now, because really we've already done all the things that we can do. And now you don't want to burn up all of the stone, right? Like I would leave at least 3 stacks of stone. And the reason why is people need to repair things. They need to work on things. They need to do things with it. So that's why I'm not taking all the stone. And then also why my peeps are also utilizing a lot of stone over at the other mega base as well. So I want them to have some over there as well. Okay, so back over here. Oh, and now we are overburdened. Just throw down some stone here. Take my... Now, if you do get overburdened, you can just throw it down on the ground there. Like this. Get my little cart. Put it over here a little bit. And let's just go ahead and build. Now, it takes a while for it to go away, so it'll be fine for now. And there we go. And again, little by little, we're working our way like this. Take that out of there. Little supports over here, creating a nice big bay window. There we go. Take this out. We get that stone back. Little part in there. There we go. So now we can see that we have 2 big windows. And notice that this one, this will drive some people crazy, is that it's not perfect. Meaning that this is overhanging by 2 and this one's overhanging by 1. That sometimes drive people crazy. They'll go in and say, oh, I got to move that back by 1. I got to move that forward by 1. I'm one of those people. I'm one of those people that would have to fix that, everybody. Because that kind of stuff drives me crazy. Put a 1 in the chat if that's you as well. If you see something, you're like, oh, man, that could be done better. Let's go in and make that nicer right over here. And again, that's why I say that it's never truly done, because you're always going in and reworking it big time. And now I'll go in this way. And again, now sometimes I'll do stuff just to show you a way of making it better. Like right there, now I've got much wider window, and now those 2 are perfectly matched up where they're hanging over by 2. And that's really what you want. That's a huge bay window. Very, very nice. And you can also see that it perfectly works out in between, where you have 4 of the things in between. And then your archway is perfect on both sides and equal. Now, one of the things also is that sometimes your building symmetrically is boring. Sometimes that'll happen to you. Depends on what you like to do. But I don't mind it as long as it's functional. And then later on, when you feel like you're getting a bit more advanced, you might want to steer a bit away from symmetrical and be more, unique in your style of builds. All right, we'll go ahead and put another one of these in the corner. We'll go ahead and put our big one back in here, but offset just by a little bit. There we go. And now we're getting that big distance there. And again, now over here, we're getting that kind of perfect area here where we can take all of these out. And then we could just use the smaller ones. Definitely want to pick that up first. There we go. And now those are perfectly 4 across, like that. And now those are perfectly symmetrical, and they match. Both of those match because they are the same offset distance. So now we know that we want to stack these columns 3 high on both sides. So what does that let us do? Well, that basically helps us in the future one, right? And how many of these do we do in the center? 1, 2, 3, 4. So let's take these out here, get that stone back. And we know that the offset of this is going to be 1. Oh, that stone first. 2, 3, and 4. And then we put this in there. Okay? Now we know what the offset is. So that just makes it so much easier for you to know what to do and how to do it. And so now the rest of this is super easy. Now you're going to see me speed up. Now, typically I go slower on the stream so that, you guys don't get lost. You're like, hey, Kismet, how'd you do that thing? But then at some point when you guys get the gist of it, I just go much faster, as you can see. So now I'm just going to continue to do what I'm doing. And 1, 2, 3, and 4. And then 1 here. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Appreciate that. Graphosaur, thank you very much for coming in and hanging out. Appreciate you. Number 1 for sure. Oh, yeah, lots of number 1s. In the chat there. Can't handle it when it's not just so. And again, getting that maximum distance out of that support, super, super helpful. Also, you might notice the way I'm building is making it easier so I don't have to get up on the stairwell. Notice that I'm building in a certain build order, and that build order makes a huge difference to everything that I'm doing, including the stability of everything that's holding on there. And you notice I didn't have to get up on the ladder to put the thing on the top because I'm using the edge of this one to put that one down. And then I put this one down. Then I can put my other support down and so on and so forth. You get the idea. Now we're getting close to the edge here of our base. And we know that we're going to be running this as the edge. Now remember, nothing is set in stone. I mean, it's in stone, but it's not permanent. You can always come back and take it right back out again. So we can just go ahead and run this along. Now, obviously, you would not want to block off your ability to get to the outer wall. You definitely want to have the ability to go to the outer wall. But we would definitely want to make sure that it's as secure as possible in the interior so that it is not basically ruining or having a chance of destroying our resources. That's why I would never put our resources up against an outside wall. I stopped doing that because I know what happens when you do that and something attacks. Now, it's already inset in the base, so it's not that big of a deal, but that's why I would not put stuff like this. And that's because if a troll gets in our base and they hit the inside of the wall, guess what? All of these resources would get eliminated. So I would build it more in the center for functionality. It's better like this, but for safety, I would build it more in the center, which is why I have all of the resources in the center of the room. I don't even like to build them in the ground. And the reason why I don't like to build them in the ground is because if a mob gets in here, like a troll or whatever else, especially a high-level mob gets in here, kiss all of these boxes goodbye. And then you just have resources laying around everywhere that people have to rush to collect. And of course, I could not put all of, if these resources got destroyed, I could not put all of these resources in my inventory. I would have to make new boxes and then put them in the boxes and back and forth to make those happen. Which is why I am always thinking about that as well. And when I go to build, I'm always thinking about thoroughfare, right? How can people get to A to Z? Now, because I've got this drop off right here, I do not need to build an outside wall right against the edge like I have over here. Because there's a nice natural barrier, they cannot destroy that barrier, by the way. Only you as the player can destroy that barrier. They can destroy this stuff that I built here, the stuff on top, but the lower part down here, this part, they cannot destroy. Not even trolls or high-end mobs. They cannot destroy the ground, which is probably a good thing because they could just tunnel right under your base and then you'd be in trouble. Hey, you shot that at me. I saw an arrow. Yeah, I thought I saw an arrow in the wall there. Somebody was shooting stuff at me. But again, you can see that we're just kind of replacing this. Now, I would replace this wood thing with much nicer stuff. That's for sure. And I've already established out here where the height of my base is going to be. Again, I do not like low hanging bases because that sucks. But watch also here in the corner. If we go ahead and try to put one of these here in the corner, let's see what happens. It falls. Why does it fall? Because it doesn't have any support. So again, we could use our metal supports with iron to support all of that stuff, which is a great way to support that stuff. But again, it comes at the cost of my peeps, right? So I have to basically affect my design if I want to put this in. You can actually put this in at an angle, which, doesn't look so great because it's not going to be like, it should have basically an offset. So you would, offset your pillars, and you would have one pillar that was at an angle, and that would help it right over there. But we can also think about center pillars as well. And those center pillars are not necessarily going to be there. They're going to be up one. And then we can reverse engineer from where we started, right? So say we're going to offset the one this way, and then we can go that way and see if that stays. Nope, does not stay. And again, this is the stuff you want to learn in the game, is what you can or can't get away with. And there's a lot of, tricks and things like that that you could do to kind of jimmy the system a little bit. But I try not to. I try not to jimmy the system because that's not my jam. That's not my thing. So we're going to go ahead and offset another one here. Again, this is only using stone. I don't have to use wood or any other resources to make that happen. And I can just kind of keep working this back. And I can already see we're going to have a problem. Right over here. And the problem is See, I started over there and I'm working my way back, right? First, that's going to be a bit of a gap, but notice that it did stay because it's right next to a support. But that one didn't stay. Why didn't that one stay? Well, the reason why that one didn't stay, and that one eventually calculated and I knew it was going to fall down, is it just doesn't have enough support. So really, I wanted to go from the inside like this to start, and then get that up there like that, and then work my way outwards when it comes to my supports. Now, again, my support's not going to perfectly line up if I do this and this and this, and even my support's falling down. It's not going to line up to the center. So that's when you would use those iron poles so that you don't have to worry about that. You can also put iron poles inside something else. So say you're using stone and you want to go ahead and use your iron beams here like this, you can actually just kind of work them into the stone and just surround them with stone. And that would make that way more secure as well. And of course, you have ones that go that way and you have ones that go this way. And again, we could use that for our ceiling and then basically kind of integrate it in the ceiling itself as you go along, like something like that. But we would also need a forge to do that. So we'd have to bring the forge out here. We would need to use up a lot of iron to do that. So again, it's going to limit your distances of which you can run your stuff. And again, if I put this archway here, it's just going to fall down because it can't support it. And if I attach anything to this one, it's got nothing supporting that either, unless I kind of move this way a little bit. And we can see that that turns to orange. This is red, which means I can't attach anything to it. And you can see it's calculating. And then, of course, you don't want your stuff to be red. That's bad. Watch this as it goes from blue to green. Again, it's calculating whether it can handle it or not. And we got away with it. Right? Like I said, you can work the system a little bit to be in your favor. Like that. Now, if something hits that, it might have a chance of falling down. But that's a great way of working it. And we know that this one does not have a support. This one's getting supported by the one next to it. And this one over here is supporting this one, which is supporting the one under it. So this thing underneath here, this support right here, I could take that out. And you still have a little bit of support for this. But over time, it might calculate it and take it out. Plus, we could also make it look nicer by just kind of, centering it like that. If it's going to let us. It didn't let us do it there. Maybe we do it there again. Now we can do that again. The look of it also is affected by it right over there. So let's go ahead and also do something like this. We'll take this one out. We'll then go ahead and put, we're going to put the flat one on the outside. We'll put the little one on the inside. Then we'll put the bigger one right there. And then wait for it to calculate all of that stuff and see how it works out. And there we go. And I also fixed the offset problem with this one so that it does line up in the center. Again, there's 100 different ways of doing what I'm doing, everybody. And that's what's so cool about the game is that there is a lot of options. But what I just learned right there is exactly how to do that again. And you're like, well, what do you mean exactly how to do that again? Well, if I flip it to the other side and just create a symmetrical thing of this, in theory, not in practice, but in theory, it will allow me just to do the same thing again over here, right? Over there. Then I can put another one there. And then I can look at this offset. This offset is 2 this way. This offset is 3. 1, 2, 3 right there. And then another one there. And then what's our centerpiece here? We've got an offset there. So we'll want to go ahead and put our thing in here. Put in an offset. Put in a wall or a floor or a ceiling, depending on how you're looking at it. And then in theory, it should work the same. Because it's the same offset, the same supports, the same general stuff. And it should work again. So now, again, we figured out how to make that work without having to use any iron or any other additional stuff. And it's not going to be symmetrical. It's not going to be, perfectly symmetrical. but I don't care as long as it has a roof over its head. That's what I'm looking for. And let's see, that's an offset of 1, and this is an offset of 3. 1, 2, 3. Actually, we'll start over here first, and then 1, 2, 3, and then there, and out of stone. And this is how the game works, everybody, is based on your supports is how long that stuff's going to last, just hanging out up there. And then another one here, that one, and then this one. And if you build it fast enough, the side ones will help support the middle ones, and they'll stay up there. And again, now we're getting a bit of an overhang, really looking industrial strength now. And then the same thing in the other direction. Now, this is where it gets awkward when you're trying to do corners, and those corners are kind of running into each other. So I might want to do something like that, so it looks like a cool little corner action there. And then again here, offset by 1, offset by maybe 2 or 3. Let's see, this is going to be 3 this way, 1, 2, 3. So this is actually going to be there, and so on and so forth. And work from the other support, small one, big one. And you can see I've played the game a bunch, everybody. It ain't my first day. It ain't my first day doing stuff. And again, my goal is to make it as airy and as beautiful as possible for the minimum amount of resources and the easiest resources to pick up. Now, again, you can go and do more fancy stuff if you want, and use all that iron and use all that stuff, but that comes at the cost of your time to do that. So keep that in mind when you are doing your stuff. Now, this actually ends up right here. See how that thing ends up right there? What I would do is just extend that out and just create a double edge down here, and then just basically be able to run that back and forth. Now they're out there doing something.
It's a feature.
Whatever, Unforgiven?
What are you guys doing? I see you're up to something, TM and Aniel. What are you doing?
Nothing.
I see they're up to
dropping off some soft fish.
they're up to no good. They're being sneakies. Sneakies. All right, let's keep on rocking. Now, again, it's all about the view, everybody. Now, because I know that mobs will attack from this side, I will probably just miss out on the view. Very seldom will they ever attack from here because it's up so high that the angle of their attack would be very, very low. Like this. So even if I was standing there and they were attacking there, I could attack them back, or I could just move back, and then they couldn't hit me. So that looks pretty cool, though, right? Pretty cool.
It's really
Again, I'd love to be able to make that a bit more perfect. And the only way to do that is just take your pickaxe and try to work this back a little bit. And it's really a lot of trial and error to get that perfect. I would probably not spend the time making that perfect. Because, you know, I've got other games and things to play, but I'm sure some of you would. I know my crew would. Oh, that's a little too much there. See that? That's a little too much there. And if you do that, you go, oh, I did it too far. Get yourself some stone. Work it back in again. Hopefully your whole entire base does not fall down.
Oh, lag is getting me.
Yeah.
Hopefully it does not fall down. Now, again, on this side over here...
Yeah, as that base gets bigger, it's going to get laggier and laggier.
It's going to make it a bit easier. Which base? The mega base or our original base?
Both.
The mega base. Well, it's more.
Yeah, we can go over it.
Inside. So the more stuff is right on the ground, the less lag it will be.
Now, one of the problems we had with the base that we built last time, we built a gigantic castle, a massive castle, that we just pushed the limits of the entire game, everybody. We just went in and just absolutely went to town. We built a giant multi-story castle, I mean, way bigger than this. And we put all the pets there, and we put the gardening there, and we did everything in one gigantic mega base. And we learned that's not what you should do. The reason why is you want to split up some of your stuff in different bases is because of lag. You're going to have, now it's way better than it used to be. They really did do a good job. They did an optimization pass on the game where it is way better than it was. But the more fancy I build, the more it's got to constantly calculate the base of what I'm doing. So I'm not going to build it too fancy, but I'm going to build it a little fancy, if you know what I mean.
Power or something off to
And
the
I've left myself a little
northeast.
area to be able to get out here. And again, you can see that people can run out here. Beautiful, beautiful day for building. And then also, this is still blocking their ability to get in here. They got a workbench. They can come in here, do their thing. This workbench is it's also blocking the ability for my peeps to, for the bad guys to get into the base. And I'll build the rest of this rampart and whatnot maybe another time. But again, trying to work on the expansion of our thing. Now, if I built this in the very beginning, then the game would be lagging out from the very beginning of the thing. There's really not much else for us to do in the game other than to, get everybody to max gear, get a bunch more food going. But one of the things that we could do is when they do come out with an expansion for the game, as long as we don't have to restart the server, and we might have to. We might have to restart the server. You never know. Is to make it more efficient for people to come in and out of the base and make more room for more stuff that we're going to get down the road. And eventually I'd like to get to building with the dark materials. All of this stuff down here, your black marble. But that's a giant undertaking, and we have a bunch of stone, and stone is way easy for me to collect. And then this way I can let my team utilize the other stuff. All right, so that's the top of that, and we know that we want to have our stuff up here, so we want to go to half blocks now. And then this, again, what I said over here is to offset these, so let's go ahead and build the interior of our base a little bit better here. Oh, I need to back away a little bit so I can get that. There we go. And just do a bit of brick style building on this side. Just in case one of the walls gets broken, you'll have some extra support.
Stacks of onions and food drop.
I'll move back here. Notice that I can still build from way back here.
Thank you.
Of my little stone thing here.
Hey, is that a trophy?
Probably the most
looks
important
like
thing to get
there
from
is.
what I'm doing is the order in which I build. How I build stuff and in what order. If you're watching somebody build, that's what you should be looking for. Where do they start building? What's the first piece that they put down? Why did they put that piece down first and then put other pieces? And see, like in this case, you can see that I offset that. Now, I only offset it by 1, so it's not perfectly centered offset. So maybe we want to go back and say, you know what, maybe we want to offset this a little bit more. And again, you want to pick up your resources so they don't get inside the thing. Maybe we want to offset that by 2 and then do a nice perfect centered offset like you would do with a brick, right? Bricks, you would perfectly offset them so they'd be equally on both sides. And the same thing over here. We might want to go, okay, well, hey, we're going to do these over here. And then that over there. And then, of course, we've got another offset here, so maybe another one there. Again, you can go in and try to make it perfectly symmetrical. It's really up to you what you want to do. Whatever your jam is, like this. And again, now we know what the combo is. Now, once you start getting this going, by the way, it will automatically be centered. See, like that. You just got to get it the offset started correctly, and then once you got the offset started correctly, it'll automatically center itself right there. Like if I take this out, I put that over there. Get my resources back. Better on that side. And then I can get my thing out of the way. There we go. And then take out a little bit of this. Take this out.
Thank you for waiting.
Yeah, man.
Take this one out. That one out. And then now I can use my 2 small ones in the corner. Kind of better do that corner. And then now my offset is
Just call me
perfect.
Bubble Boy.
Right? So offset, 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 offset. And they do that in real buildings, and it has to do with the stability of the buildings. With real stone castles and stuff, you'll see those offsets for that stability. This way, if it gets hit by a trebuchet or something like that, it'll have higher strength. And if one of the walls gets knocked out, the whole entire thing won't come down, or the whole entire wall. Because if it was just done straight up like that, all you'd have to do is knock out the bottom wall, and then that whole entire wall would come down. But if I were to take out the bottom wall here, it has a chance that the top walls will still remain in there. Thank you, Crazy. Crazy heading out, everybody. Show him some love in the chat before he goes there. We appreciate him greatly here in the stream. All right, I kind of feel like I want to take these back out now and really get myself... what do we want to do over here? Kind of feeling like take this out. Notice that did not get taken away. Maybe do maybe some little archway here at the end.
As difficult as it is to traverse, it is a beautiful biome.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, when you can see everything. Yes.
A beautiful biome that wants to kill you.
Oh, overburden. I had no stamina because I'm not using my stamina food right now. If you notice when I'm building, I don't use a lot of stamina food. But when I'm taking stuff out and I'm reworking stuff and putting stuff in, then I'll use the stamina food because it just otherwise it's painfully slow, incredibly painfully slow.
I got the 2 change for you.
So keep that in mind when you are doing stuff. All right, I think that's too close. No, oh wow, that was perfect. All right, create a little entrance archway there. Very nice. All right, like that. And then we'll go ahead and use our little stack walls here. Fill that in. And fill this in. Right there. Up there. All right. Looking good. Like all of that. Very nice, very nice. Little archway to run out here. And again, I would not put anything over here that can get destroyed by anything that would walk right here, like a troll. Shoot in there, boom, bye-bye stuff. Right?
I don't give him enough credit, but the parkour system in this game is amazing.
Right.
All right, now we have to make some tough decisions. How are we going to support the rest of these ceilings, right? How are we going to get those ceilings across there? Well, we're either going to have a bunch of pillars in the middle of where we're working, or we could use, again, the iron supports to do that. Now, if this was just my base, I would just go collect a ton of it and get it going. I know we need Leviosa, right? Yeah, I agree. Man, how much time has gone by? Oh my God! All right, it's been 3 hours. Just a heads up, everybody. It's been 3 hours. If you need to take a break, now's a good time. Man, time goes by really fast when you're having fun, everybody.
You need one.
I'm gonna take one here in a couple minutes. Hey, sorry, set a timer for 5 minutes.
5 minutes. Try to keep that breathing even.
Actually, I'm doing much better today. I've been taking a lot of medicine, allergy medicine and stuff too. I'm feeling better. I can actually breathe.
I think we're ready for let's make.
Actually breathe. Okay. Again, you see that it just fell down, even though it's yellow and you think you could just attach it to it and it'd be fine. What's going to happen is we're going to have a real issue with the longevity and the need to put up pillars. So let's go ahead and experiment around a little bit, and we're going to go ahead and say right there.
Get this brain.
Skulls galore tonight.
I have to get up there. Sometimes what I do is I build really quickly like that,
when you're
so I can get that piece on there without having to crawl up on top of it. But that piece is actually too close. So let's start in the reverse way. We're going to start with the small one at the bottom, and then the bigger ones up at the top. So it's easier to put them up at the top. like that. And now we might do this just for cosmetic effect too. Just because we want it to be kind of lined all the way down the outside, which is the reason why I'm doing it. So you have this kind of cosmetic, running around the edges, where you feel like, okay, this is really, like inside a castle style build. So again, that is really up to you.
Go through a portal.
How you want your
skeletons will
build to
disappear.
feel, not just the functionality of how it works, but also how it feels
Fireplace.
when you are running along that edge. You can see if I put this stuff in here, the one in the center stayed, but this one over here did not. I could try to do this, or maybe this. Again, just throwing a bunch of those in there. Now, sometimes you can jimmy the system by putting a bunch in at a time, but eventually it's going to calculate its way down, and potentially you'll lose your stuff. Again, maybe something like this, something like that. Just do it real fast and see how much you end up left.
Got this area that they work with.
Now, of course, if this was the bottom of your base, that would be really bad, because if you have a bunch of stuff on top of it,
Are you
kiss
planning
that
to
stuff
do
goodbye
round, or how are we
up on
gonna
the
do
top.
it?
But again, you're going to have a real pillar problem
What I'm thinking is
very,
we
very
make the
quickly in here, because you're going to need your supports. Now, one of the smart things to do if you are doing pillars like this is to simply do this.
Kids like throwing bigger
Right, so you have your different offsets of your various pillars.
Like mini throne,
And the tricky part is the offsets
below it.
of how they line up to the pillar. Like
So we
that.
can make this like a mini pathway.
Like this, and like that. Notice that one fell. This one here, that one there, this one
That
there.
makes sense.
Like, what can you get away with, right? Maybe if
So-
I
so
move this
push
one
this
and make it
push this
more
up a little
in the
bit, add,
center.
like, kids throne. I'm thinking like we add
Let's
the,
take
like,
this
the
out
first
and
box,
this
so it's
out.
head to like to the throne.
TM, there's a fireplace over here. I'll get the rest of bonus.
Okay, cool.
Again, anywhere where that's not hitting is going to say, nope, can't do that. Now this thing, I keep bumping into this thing, so I have to move it. That stuff drives me crazy. So again, learning how to offset your pillars, or the way that your
We're
stuff
gonna need to bring up
is going to
some
hit there,
mats,
is very important.
Shortly, I can go grab some.
So another thing we
Yeah,
can
that's
also
fine.
do
Maybe
is
chests right
just
here.
take this out. And go ahead and get ourselves some stairs. Not enough wood. More stone and a little bit of wood. What we need. And I find the most fun part of anything that I do is the learning, is the trying. And that's why I say don't backseat game, everybody. And I say the same thing to my crew, too. If I am doing something, I'm not asking you to answer the question. I'm not telling you, hey, Kismet, do this, Kismet, do that, Kismet, do the other thing. You got to watch out for that kind of stuff, because that also counts as backseat gaming. So a lot of times what I'm doing is I'm just kind of talking you guys way through whatever I'm doing. So in this case, we're going to try something different, right? We're going to try it with the ones on the side here, and then we're going to use a center pillar like that. Then we're going to go ahead and put down the same stuff we did before, but this time we're going to just basically attach it to the corners like this and see what we can get away with. Again, same thing. Notice how the interior part here remained, but the exterior part did not. And that's because there's not another arch on the other side of it to hold it up. So you're going to have an issue with this. And then, of course, you do the other side of the arch, and then the other side of the arch will help hold it up, because there will be a support there. Or you can just try it like this, which is always a fun one to try, which, of course, you'd have to have the other support to get that going. And again, this is the biggest drawback of this, is the fact that you have these pillars. And again, again, you could use the iron. Now we'll get a little bit of iron here. Again, we're not going to use too much.
Fuck, could you come grab this stone? for me,
And
please?
use a little bit of this iron here. Some of this back. There we go. And I'll show you the difference. So we did this one, and it gets right here, and then it's lost. On this one over here, we're going to use that support to run that along there. So we'll go in here. We're going to need a forge over here as well. I'm going to throw my crew off by moving the forge because I don't want to use
One
the
more.
resources to make another one. There we go. Just a heads up, everybody. I'm moving the forge to the outside of the base. Put the stone down for a minute. All right. So now we can go ahead and move our forge out here. Oh, wrong one. Oh, I think I need some of that stone. I'll get some more out of here.
Fuck,
Where are you
fuck,
hiding? There we go.
fuck.
Okay, so I'm going to move the forge over here for a minute. The reason why I'm going to move
Got
that forge over there is that's what allows me to build these particular beams. So we're going to go ahead and utilize these beams here to tap into there. We'll take this out. We can also manually just say, you know what, I'm going to put this right down the center like this. You don't necessarily have to use what they snap to. You can just not snap to it. And then use your own, guidance to run that down. So we're going to go ahead and just put that, let's say, right there in the center. We're going to take out all of these supports on the side. All that other stuff's going to come down. And we're just going to rework those supports. And then we're just going to try to do the same thing. One on that side, one on this side, one in front of it, one in front of it.
Alright, I'm back through if you want to pick
And there
up
you
the
go.
portal.
But you notice that one thing held both of these up in here.
Okay.
Now, the thing is you want to look at the colors. The colors is what makes it. Now, if I go in and make a
I hear
vertical
a yellow,
one,
too.
and I'm going to make this go straight down into the bottom. Now, what you're going to see is that these colors have now changed. They're not red anymore. Because what's really giving this support now is this beam and not the stone. The stone only has so much support that it can hold versus the actual pole there, which is giving the support right now. And again, if I don't want to see those, I could just go ahead and build a little thing like that, and you would never know that those little supports are in there. See? Now, sometimes you do that for cosmetic, but also sometimes you do it because it's just a way of hiding those supports. So obviously, that is the better way to go. And I don't know, I might go out and farm some more iron and get that going on. Depends on how I feel and how much time we have. And now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and run this out as far as it possibly can go. You always want to check your max distances. I feel like that's always the first thing you do when you get into a game. Check your max distances of stuff.
Alright, let's go around this way first. Get the outline and then go to the inside.
Now, we can also look at the coloring of it to show how it is. Notice this is green all the way down. And then if we go in and we do this, how far can we go with the stone? Oh, well, unless we run out of stone. How far can we go with the stone before it starts to fall down?
Wood, not stone.
Yeah, I dropped some.
When you get there, you put the stone on the workshop bench side. I'll grab some.
That's pretty far, right? So you can have a very open base that you can run really, really far. And you can see we hit that max distance. I know it's about right there. Remember, that's actually not connected to this. This part right here is red. And we see that's kind of an orange. But that's about as far as you can go, and we can count them. Oh, there we go. I took that last one out, which then affected the one before it. But let's say right here. So, oops. Or actually, did I take it out of there? I don't know. Let's go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So we'll call that 9 across. Now, if we put a support on the other end, then it would support it. But if you think about it, if you can go 9 this way, and then if you did one from the other side and you did it this way, that'd be 9 and 9. So that would be 18 across that you could have up above. Now that makes me nervous though, especially if I'm going to put stuff up on the second floor. That would be a bit too far for me. I would split the difference. I would still put a support in the center of it, or I might say, you know what, I'm going to go ahead and figure out what the distance is, put the support in the center first, and work out from the center in both directions. And then that would give me 9 and 9 in the both directions from the center, and then I could cap it off at the end if I wanted to. So it might be smarter for me to go, okay, well, this is about where the center is right here. And what we really want to do is eventually you would want to fix this so that it could be snapped along this edge. And that's one of the problems that we have here, is the floor has an offset problem. And you're like, oh, God, Ken, we got to take out the whole floor? If I had to, I would. I would take the whole entire thing out just to fix it so that when I'm running that stone along that edge, and I can go ahead and take it out right now and fix the offset. Again, the fastest way to fix the offset, just do this. Take out this one. And then, oh, come on, fingers, there we go. And then, oh, actually, that's already...
Yeah, that might be all of it. So let's hit the inside of it.
Huh. There. There. Oh, that's not perfectly centered. Yeah, so you want to center it off of that and not off the other thing. Oh man, how did I do that before? That's a good question.
If he's gonna walk up to me, I might as well hit him.
Right. We can't get a couple archers.
Something like that. Something like you use those to offset there. Yes. And then you could go in and you'd have to move it down, obviously, to get it underneath there. Off that in the center. Not quite perfect, but
Hey, Fog, we got
but you get the general idea. You need something that allows you to offset it by a small amount. And then equal what you want it to be. That's too low, too. Let's say here and there.
We got Seeker Soldier near our mega base.
Man, oh, been so long. Been so long since I remembered how to do that. But if you want to center it by this this pole, you'd have to get it to offset like this, where the line is in the center of the thing. So what you would need is do a half offset, something like this. Oh, half offset on both sides. Okay. Basically what I call walking it. You need to walk it into position. So, watch this. As we go ahead and attach that, we attach that. That's going to offset it by half again. That's going to be connected to this. Yeah, no, I think that's not quite offset enough. Now, part of the fun is remembering, everybody. Again, my crew's right now just going, oh, God, I can tell Kismet exactly how to do that. Don't do it. Don't do it. Part of the fun is me learning and remembering, too. Don't steal away someone else's fun, everybody. Don't be that person. Don't be spoiling games. Don't be saying, oh, I'm better than you. I know how to do it better, and I'm smarter, and all of that stuff. Nobody likes that. Don't do that. Nobody likes it. Nobody wants you to do that kind of stuff. Now, if somebody says, hey, tell me the thing, then do it. But if nobody tells you nobody tells you, yeah, there we go. If nobody asks, don't tell. And there it is. Offset right there. See? I knew I'd remember. There you go. If nobody asks, don't tell. Okay.
We need deer and wolf
If your ego is so large that you can't, if you can't resist telling people stuff, then that's a you problem.
Yeah, we need hide for that. For wolf.
That's a you problem. All right, let's have some fun running that offset. And then what we want to do is have this pillar lined up way down here. So we're going to need to move this. Now, there's probably 10 different ways of doing that same thing, everybody. Maybe even a faster way than I did it. That's part of the fun, is going in and discovering those particular things. How to make that better. And I'll tear the whole base down. If I want to have it a certain way and have it line up a certain way, I'll tear the entire base down, redo the whole entire thing, redo all the floor, redo everything. To have it just the way I want. Because there's nothing worse than settling with whatever it is, right? You want to have it the way you want it to be. And so we'll go ahead and have some fun offsetting. Now, all we're doing today, everybody, is just doing a bunch of building. My crew's out exploring and building and doing their stuff.
What else we need besides wolf and deer hide?
And there we go. All right, all the way across. And then we'll try to look and say, okay, now we want our center pillar right here. Now, the reason why I offset that is so I could do this.
Hide for now.
See that, how it actually snaps to the center? Like this? And that's going to be making, this is going to make building those way easier, everybody. Incredibly easier. Another thing I might do is take this one out. You're like, ah, Kismet's going to fall. You got a second or two to make it happen. See, now I can actually take the one out from under it, put that under there, because this is actually attached to the ground. So that'll hold on to that for a little bit as well. Same thing with this outside wall. Very quickly put that back in so that this outer wall, this one right here in front of me, doesn't fall. All right, so that's looking good. Now we got to get this to line up with everything that we are doing.
Two at once.
So another thing we want to do is get up here and go ahead and start making this go vertical. Right up here. And I wish that would just go to the top there. Take all this stuff out. Let's go on top. Let's go on top. All right, back over here. Nope, my ladder's not high enough. Ladder is not high enough. Actually, a really great thing too. You can use your little thing here.
I'm on my way back with the hides.
As a ramp. See, like that. Get up there. All right, we're gonna work from the top side now. Up here, and we'll go ahead and just take these ones out so we can see what we're doing. And then bringing this up. Now again, working it and reworking it, I feel, is the coolest part of it. One of the things you'll notice is that this is up higher now than this. Now, one of the tricks that I want to do is I want this to end up in the middle of this as well, so that when I'm putting in the top part, this actually is going to end up much higher than what it is. So instead of it actually showing on the top, which I don't want it to do, I want it to be down halfway. So now you have to figure out, how do I get that down to be halfway further down into the ground? So now we got to reverse engineer that, right? A lot of stuff to reverse engineer. Also, oh, gotta go inside. My bench over there is.
Is there a round dot on your map right here?
All right.
Oh, never mind.
And now we got the ability to take this out. And we have the general idea of where we want it to be right there, where that comes together. And pick up all this random loot here. Like this. And again, we want this to set into the ground. There we go. Just a little bit more. Then up here. And then drop some of this stuff. Way overburdened.
I think we may have reached the top of the world.
Did you get
Cool.
an achievement, or you're just saying that?
Ah,
Are you above the clouds?
stamina.
Yeah. We're like up by the world tree.
Ooh. All right, back up here on top.
Yeah,
And
Yeah,
here
time
we
to get
go
to
with
the
our
raid
vertical
stuff.
stuff.
I would like to see that view.
Okay, so let's try it. Now, what we're going to do is reverse engineer this way as well. Go back this way. And then start to take all this stuff back out, because now this is the center of everything that I'm doing. Right? And now I'm going to go this way. I'm going to run this across.
Hey, I can't. Can you lower the ground?
And
or
I'm going to
anything?
go ahead and actually put this one through that one. And then I'm going to go ahead and reverse engineer this, where I just go ahead and run these.
Are we going to go nice round table fog?
And you can see when I'm putting it in there, I can still see
Yes,
that support.
I think we need
Right?
to, like,
Because
we need to, like,
the way that it's
like,
going...
outline with wood.
Oh, and it's falling off too.
At this point,
The
like,
way
make,
that it's
like,
going
to
is
get our
not
idea.
good, because
You got it. Nice.
Yeah.
all of this
So
stuff
take down
over
these
here
walls there.
I think
is
that was
is
Guess that
not
wall,
perfectly
over there.
aligned. So we're going to take that out.
Working on it.
And what we want to do
Trying
is
get
try
out
to
of
get
Antion's way so you can
this,
place it.
this piece
There's not a
here
whole lot of room.
to be in the center of this. Now, how do we do that? We can go ahead and attach it like this. That'll be fine. We can attach it down below, and then it will show up. It'll show on the bottom or show on the top. But how do we get it
Is
to
there a
go
hole
right
over
down
there?
the center? Well, we're going to need to reverse engineer all of this stuff.
Is there a open portal?
We're going to need to
In the
take all
portal
this out.
Room? No. Rose was open though. Just RO.
I have an open portal all into 3.
And again,
Lowercase.
reverse engineer all of this good stuff.
Okay, Allen tree is.
Throw some of that stone down. There we go.
I'm going to see that view.
And you're
from
going to see
up
this
here.
start to fall automatically because it has no support.
Yeah, go through my all
Okay.
portal in the storage room.
And this
Oh
one
my.
take
Okay.
out.
Go through your portal.
Yeah, go through my portal and then all in 3. Let's wait up. Oh, and my guess of a giant mountain is pretty close.
On a clear day, you can see the Queen base from here.
Oh, this view is amazing.
We should get Kismet to go have a look.
Don't fall, you fog.
And yeah, did you do that on purpose?
Boost some of my stamina. All right.
How's that one floating right now?
It's a little too overburdened.
You know what we need up here? A bathtub.
I was gonna say hot tub.
Right there.
What materials do you need for a hot tub?
Tar.
Iron?
Okay.
Iron over this.
10
So
iron, 6
we're gonna
tar.
go ahead and we're gonna bring this out just a little bit because I don't like the way that's hanging over. Flatten that a little bit.
We're close to the mega base, so
Make sure that's going into the ground. There we go.
Probably easier to just grab some iron right there.
And maybe flatten it down
Bring it
a
up
little
here.
bit. Just kind of do that edge.
I guess,
Okay,
yeah,
now what I'm doing is I'm using what I've already got as a template, right? And so I'm kind of reverse
Can you see
engineering
me
what
from
I
here?
wanted to do.
No.
And in this case, what I wanted to do is basically have this pole hidden, where I don't have to look at it, basically. And again, you can use the snapping system, or you can just snap it however you want. In this case, I want this pole to be offset forward a little bit than it already is.
Thank
Again,
you.
that's just to hide it.
It is.
They want something. Yes.
Think you
We made it to the top of the world. You wanna come see?
Oh yeah, I'll be there in a sec.
Oh, I want to see.
Now, why did I do that offset? Well, I did that offset so I could do this. Ah. And now it's inside the thing. And that's what we did all of that for. Everything I just did is so that I would never see that thing in the pole.
What portal?
The same thing over here
Through
on this
Holland,
side.
and then go through.
I could
Holland
offset it in such a way and put it in the center. Offset, offset. Take this out, take that out.
Get some movement.
And then you will never see that thing in the center.
yeah, we need a hot tub up here.
And
Yeah,
that's what
please.
that's all about. You get the general idea. And now what I can do is use that support to go all the way across. Now one of the things that it might do is pop
Yo,
out
I'm
the
about it
back
again.
side here
Yes.
of the thing. So we definitely want to come over there and get that done. But now I got to stop what I'm doing. I'm on a roll. There's nothing worse than... oops, sorry. I'm holding the button down. There's nothing worse than getting losing your train of thought, but it happens all the time when you're gaming. All right, how do I get where you guys are at?
Go through Holland, and then Holland 3.
Holland and then Holland 3. Oh, something prevents me from teleporting. Iron down. One of the things is when you're creative or when you're doing something is to try to stay in that zone as much as possible. The more distractions that you have, the harder it is to stay in that zone. And keep that momentum going, because now you got to stop, you got to start, whatnot. But my crew wants me to go see something, I don't mind. But if you are a creative person, you definitely need to have that time. My wife knows, everybody knows that I should not be interrupted unless it's something they need right away. Ah, this is cool. Neato. Yeah, let's jump on the world tree. How do you know this is the top of the game?
We don't really know.
I don't know, we spent 15, 20 minutes climbing this hill.
Yeah, this is that massive mountain that was nearby, right? Yeah, wow.
Yep.
Yeah, I saw it way off in the distance when I was exploring. Cool. That's super cool. I think this is one of the tallest mountains we've seen, right? In our playthroughs, anyway.
Yeah.
I built up a little bit higher to see if it would stop me from building. And that's why I did that, just to see if it would let me build. Which tells me that I could go even higher,
Yeah, you
but
can
really
almost-
cool, yeah.
We are almost at the level of clouds.
Yeah, you need a whole, like, viewing area up here, a little tycoon, what is that, what's that thing called in Lord of the Rings, where they have the torches up real high, or the bonfires?
Oh,
Watchtowers?
The beacons.
Yeah, beacons. That's it. Yeah, the
Yeah,
Tycoon
beacon.
beacon. Yeah, there we go. All right, very cool, guys. Going back to my thing.
With a hot tub.
Yeah, beacon with a hot tub.
We have to get some iron from the mega base to do that.
All right, back I go. All right, I gotta remember which one it is. This one over here. Boom. Very cool. Those backseaters is coming to the earth. Yeah, I don't mind if someone says, "Hey, you forgot something there. Or you left something behind. You know, you forgot to pick up your resource or something like that." That's different than saying, "Oh, click this thing, do that thing, do the other thing." Again, if no one asks you, don't do it. Is always my rule. Nobody likes unsolicited advice most of the time. Whether it's people who are playing games or people who are like your spouse or loved one. Probably not the best idea. Just gonna throw it out there. Alright, now in theory, if we go ahead and run this across, this should line right up. It sure does. Nice. Alright, so now we have our center pillars there, and we offset it a little bit so that it will work with all of our arches across there. Now, of course, what I would do is, since this one is a symmetrical offset of the other one, I would just go ahead and do the same thing. I would go in and very quickly replace... Oh, I should have started over here. Replace the symmetrical offset.
Our next time we play, I'll build something up there, get some iron there.
Over this way. Now, one of the things, if you notice, that this one lines up right there, but if we go over here, this one does not perfectly line up. And that's probably because I'm overlapping a little bit somewhere. If it is perfectly symmetrical. So, let's see. That one's perfect. Let's just do it again. This one. It's all that other stuff falls down. I don't care. Yeah, it's offset. So, yeah, that's an offset of that one. So, we need one right
Make
there.
these blue burning
So we're
iron
going to need
torches
a
in the forge area like
half offset.
2 months ago. And I've only filled them up with great ore ice
Right there.
twice.
Pick up all this
That's
stone.
forever.
they were down to 1 when I logged in. I filled them up.
Ah, okay. Well, they're still sitting at 6.
Yeah, they last a long time.
Yeah, so that needs a half offset to make that work. Okay.
I'm gonna
Nice.
update the cartography table.
I've got a ping light.
And we've got those centered along that. Oh, crap station too far away.
Alright, Foggy, you about ready to start building?
Okay, so let's go back to what we were doing over here.
Yeah, I'm good now.
And, we're going to need to get that
So-
centered down there again. Yeah, we need to get that centered this way. So, I would like it if it half offset. If you hold down the control or option, left shift will toggle your snapping options, so you don't have to actually snap it. But I want it to snap. I just don't want it to snap like
I
that.
may call it, folks. I've been going non-stop since 8 a.m. Anybody want
No
blood magic staffs to level that up?
Not me, but I appreciate it.
No, I'm good.
Alright.
Have a good night, man.
I may drop them off in the TM portal in a box over there anyway, just in case somebody wants to level it up for a bit.
Sounds
Hey,
good.
Fog,
Have a
can
good
you
night.
grab-
Okay.
Hey, Foggy, can you grab this stone off me?
So irritating. I have to get up on stuff. I'm just too spoiled, everybody. I'm too spoiled with Satisfactory. Again, I'm just walking this up like that
Or
so I can
forge.
use
Do you
it.
have any chicken set up?
Actually,
Not
I
yet,
could
no.
probably just do that now. And then I need the stone from this. That's what I call walking the resources. So you're walking it in such a way where I can now use the top one here
I
and
will be setting
center
up
it
those here shortly, though.
like that. See how I use this part here to walk it up there to match the bottom part? And then now I've offset that in such a way where it's both sides of it is touching it right in the center. So I can just go ahead and do this again. Or just run along the edge. Very cool. All right, I haven't taken a break either. All right, hold on. Let's take a break. Let's see. Let's take a break, everybody. Let me go ahead and see. That was my 5-minute timer went off, and then it was 30 minutes later. Let's go ahead and get our words on stream up so you guys can play it in the chat. Remember, work together as a team, everybody. Get some words on stream going on. Let's go right over here, and I'm gonna get up, just walk around for a little bit, and then I'll be back. Taking a break, everybody. I'll be back. Make sure I mute them. There we go. And away we go. All right, go for it, everybody. I shall be right back. All right, I'm back. Put a 1 in the chat if you can't see and hear me. What do we got? We already got taxi. Toil. Do we get that? Yes. Oh man, these are some tough words here. Can't do tax. It's too small of a word. I don't know. Do we get it? Oh, missed it by 1 word there. So close. So close. That's a really fun game, everybody. Great thing to do while I'm AFK. For you guys to go in and get that going on. I'm going to go ahead and get it where we pause there. I'll come back to that another time. Let's go ahead and jump back in here. Now, I'm also contemplating on leaving this up 24/7 after tonight. Let's ask the crew. Hey, guys, what do you think about leaving this up 24/7 after tonight? You guys can just come in here and build to your heart's content. Just, of course, do not build or take down someone else's building, or do not, like, you know, step on their thing. Like, if you come over here and start building where I'm working, then that's not going to be good. But what do you guys think?
Good.
Yeah.
That sounds fine.
All right. Now, I like
We'll start
that, except
making-
for
start shaping the rooms now. I'm figuring.
what I don't like is I want that to be up just a little bit
So,
further
Foggy,
up.
the reason why I'm putting it on the outside is so it actually, because if you actually look at it,
I want
there
that to be
actually
up
is
just
a
a
gap
half
between
thing higher.
the wall and the foundation.
Okay.
Oh, did I run out of metal? Where'd all my metal
I
go?
think
Get over here. Nope.
if that's the case, just let's knock down these walls, because
I think I set it down over here.
You see what I mean here? You see
Yeah.
how it raises the walls
Okay.
up a bit, so it actually looks good.
We want to half offset this. So, same thing on this side.
Okay, so let's try to take down these square walls right now.
This is where it is now, and we want to go
So
halfway
we're
up
gonna like start shaping the throne
to
room.
the next one. Just offset it up just a little bit. Now, it doesn't have to be perfect, but it does. You know what I mean? Some of you know what I mean. It doesn't have to be perfect, but it does. All right, and then we can try to attach it to the side of this one and offset it back the other
That
way.
actually looks good.
You get the idea. And then back to these.
And these outer beams are only for like to let us know exactly where our walls are going to go.
Now, I also have a giveaway to do tonight, everybody. Don't you let me forget. We're going to give away the show up in here as well. All right, this one's being awkward. Get in there. There we go. So awkward sometimes. Oh, there we go. Okay, so now what we want to do is offset this a little more. You know, let's loop back. Okay, and when we put our thing in, I want to make sure. Yeah, we'll have to use the offset of this one over here. Ah. Oh, now there first. All right, offset this one. And like this, then this goes so feisty. Like that. Yeah, okay. You can see I'm working it in and then working it out, working it in, working it out, so that eventually this will not be shown.
Nice choice.
That's what I'm working on right now. I don't want to see that support. That support I want to put in the wall. And there's actually an easier way, or another way that I've done in the past, which I'm trying to remember. But it's been so long, a very, very long time. And I find the best way to build is from the top, like this. All right.
Okay, let's start shaping
This
the
should be
rooms
up
now.
a little bit higher.
Anybody able to help me with some seekers off the back base? That mega base.
Unforgiven. It's battle.
Yeah.
There's a 1-star and 2 regulars.
Fog and Unforgiven are on our way. To battle!
I became corpse.
Oh my gosh. I'm not gonna even say what happened.
You do?
You don't even want to know.
Okay.
After I said to battle, I jumped down and died.
Did your shake just die from gravity, Unforgiven?
Yeah, I did.
That's what I heard, yeah.
Alright, I killed him. Thank you for the distraction.
Anytime.
Yeah, they were laughing too. Distracted him just enough for Leon to get in there.
Unforgiven. We didn't do anything except being meat shields right there.
Hey, Foggy.
In the
You wanna see
zone.
what I did?
Listen to my
I
crew.
went to battle, was
goofing
standing
off.
right here. I said to battle, and then I jumped down. Did you see where I died?
You my cape?
Back over here.
Yeah, probably.
All right. I wanted to do that.
Never mind, I'm down.
Did you die again?
Nope. Seeker just attacked me. Close to the base. It hit one shot at me.
Rain's coming in.
I was trying to safely get down, and that seeker one shot at me. Yeah, it's down there.
Why did you come down?
I have death wish.
Get to it. Don't like that.
Just trying
It's
to
like
keep it distracted so you could
the long pole is offset by a little bit. I don't like it. I don't like it a lot. Yeah, it's offset. I don't like it. I'm gonna fix it. Tiny little details like that, I will spend an endless amount of time fixing. Back and forth.
You guys get over there.
Yeah. I'm just hunting rabbits.
All right, Elmer Fudd.
And I want to move that one down too. All right, now what we'll do is we'll do this. T-pole that. Couple over. Oh, it's the T-pole that does that, yeah. Ah. Stuck on something. Out of stone. Definitely don't want to leave these resources laying around. They will eventually go away. So close. And there we go. All right, look. Now we can stand out of the rain. So what we're doing there, everybody, is we're making a way of hiding the supports and making a very long distance where you can have an open area like that without having to have so many supports like I was doing over here, just to kind of show you how many supports you would need. And you could actually bridge even further than that. But basically that's the it. And then how do we hide this? Well, we just go ahead and utilize what we already got here, like this, to go ahead and hide this. This one. Oh, I can't get up there now. That way. And there we go. And again, we would then do our side things. Now again, some of these are for cosmetic reasons, not necessarily for support. Like we could put that there and we could cut that across and then just line that outside to give it that outside, that kind of lined look to it. Like that. And we're looking sharp. All right. We did a lot of stuff. We did a lot of stuff to make that work. And again, I think that's the coolest thing is figuring out what you want to do first, second, third. And then this right here is going to be offset
over
to over here.
To get my rest buff.
That's fine.
And maybe we can get that. Do what we want it to do. Like that. Totally hidden. You would never know it was in there. Just do that a whole bunch and you're good. Now, the hardest thing is figuring out how to make it work. And then you can go back and you can rework the floors and do all those after. And then all the floors now will line up. How we want them to line up away across.
Something like this.
Foggy getting fancy.
Like that.
Yeah,
now, of course, the more supports that I have, long ways and
Okay,
the
so
using
how about
T
we start
supports,
making, like,
you know, to go one way or
you
another
work on,
way.
like, the round
And you want to figure out what your max distances are in
round
each
table
way.
area.
Now, if I start adding them to the side here, they're just gonna come down in some spots. If I had more stone, I could do some more. So if I go try to do it this way, sometimes it'll break
Yeah,
down, sometimes it won't. Now, obviously, you'd want to leave that open so you could then keep extending that on, which eventually I will do. You also want to utilize your walls here, where you're going to have the edges. Well, I did the edges first.
20 iron nails.
So I would know where the
tar,
edges of my
10
base
pine wood.
are, and I could use the walls as support. I could figure out how I wanted my windows. I would always do the windows first. And the reason why you want to do the windows
That's
first
just the round table.
is so you have a feel of what you want it to look like. All right, what do you want this to look like in the long run? I can make this window even bigger. And see, now when it's storming,
Now,
I can
if
stand
we're gonna
inside
get
and watch
fancy
the
with
storm,
our,
and it's not storming on me eventually when I've finished building all that out. And of course, that would take a long time. And one of the things I do tell my peeps is do not touch other
benches,
people's things. Like if I came
which
back
is
and somebody
pine
filled this in,
And
I would
then
boot them
you
from
could
the
do
group.
tables
I would instantly boot them from the group.
instead of
Because
just
you
the
know why
nice
I would do
round
that
buff.
is because they would not know the basic understanding of not to touch other people's stuff. Don't go in and do other people's stuff. It'd be like me going and doing the kitchen and taking the kitchen down and redoing it. Well, it's not my thing. I'm not working on that. That's somebody else working on it. Or if I were to take the forges and tear the forges down. Now, I could, as the leader and the person who runs the server, I could do any of that. But that's not the thing that I'm working on. So it's called taking someone else's stick, everybody. If somebody says they're going to go do something and then you run ahead and do that thing, it's incredibly rude to do that. Very, very disrespectful to do that. I've actually had people do that to me before. Like, oh, I'm in 7 days to die. I'm going to run up ahead and build a bunker in the next town. Then I run to the next town. They're like, hey, I already built the bunker. Don't do that. Don't do that, especially if you don't communicate about it. Hey, Kismet, do you want me to go build a bunker? Look, it took 2 seconds to say that. 2 seconds to say, hey, you want me to run ahead and build a bunker? And I might have said yes. But if you go and do it without asking or without communicating, that's when you've gone wrong. Communication is always the key to every single thing that you're doing. If you just go ahead and do it without communicating to the person's going to feel put out and they're going to feel like you kind of stepped on their toes kind of thing. So definitely don't do that. Definitely don't do that, everybody. You will regret that, I'm telling you. And you just make enemies and not friends from doing that. So look out. Look out big time. All right, so that looks pretty good. I like all of this. I would definitely redo all the flooring and, get all of our support beams in and whatnot. Now, I'm the type of person that would also put in a cross support as well, because you're going to also have the problem across this way. And you want to utilize your outer supports as much as you can. Right here, use this outer edge and use the wall edges as well. But that's a pretty big span right there. Now, to do that again, I'd have to run some more and run some more and run some more across those pillars. And the real trick is in between the two pillars. How are you going to get it to go the other way? Right? How are you going to get it to go from this distance to that distance? And that's something we'll figure out next time. Because we have some fun stuff to do. Now, I'm going to take about 10 minutes here at the end to do something really fun, and then we're going to switch over to some MLB The Show, some sponsored, in which I'm going to do a giveaway. Oh, and I forgot to give you guys some Kiss Caps. I think he might have gave you some earlier, but I'm going to give you some right now. All right, let's swip over to my office real quick for something, a little fun interlude. All right, everybody. Now, I have been neglecting, or basically been out sick too, but neglecting some awesome peeps. I appreciate them greatly. The awesome people over there at St. Jude Play Live. I appreciate them big time. They sent me this box weeks and weeks ago. I have not had the chance to open it because I've been out a few times, but we're going to open it up right now. So we're going to take a look inside. First, I'll show you guys inside. I'm going to open it up this way. So you guys can go ahead and just kind of take a peek inside. Oh, God. See if I end up Twitch failing and dropping it everywhere. There you go. You can see some of the stuff in there. Now, I just happened to bring a little table over here so that we can look at all the stuff inside there. So let's take a look. So we've got some scratch and stream. We might use some of these for our mega run. So I don't know what they are. I don't know what it says on there. Send a donation amount for each scratch space and challenge your audience to raise funds for the life-saving mission of St. Jude. Oh, I see. Okay. So it's a fundraising card. There we go. A bunch of cool stickers from that as well. Right there. And I appreciate them sending some stuff. My 2023 goal. Hopefully to get anywhere close to our last goal. That we did. We raised $7,000 for St. Jude's. Actually, more than $7,000. Last year in December. I usually do it in December as part of Fallout for Hope. We got a bunch more cool stickers. I might put these on my luggage. These would be good on my luggage when I'm traveling for the One Last Wave project. Right here. St. Jude's ambassador or influencer guideline. Right there. Very cool. What do we got over here? Oh, okay. Whole bunch of cool things. Prize incentives and whatnot there at the bottom, and all sorts of fun things. I don't get any of that stuff. I never even go in for that stuff. The real cool things is this, everybody. Look at this. Is you're helping other people. These are different things, your donations and what they do. For St. Jude, of course, St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital helps children with cancer. My biggest thing is the fact that they are not going to have to spend their childhood in the hospital. So your donations go toward them to basically get out of the hospital and live a normal life as a kid, you know, because it sucks. It sucks being a kid in a hospital, everybody. As an adult, I don't like being there, but imagine being stuck inside as a kid. That sucks. And a bunch of fundraising goals and things of cool, fun things like that. Let's see. And that was the thing we just looked at with the goals and things in there. What other cool stuff do we got? Oh, we got a cool pin. I can put that on my lapel of my jacket. I think I already have a St. Jude's up there. Love their logo, by the way. Whoever designed their logo. Another awesome pin, St. Jude Live. Play for more than bragging rights. I love their logo. And their slogan as well. Here we got a little thing. We can do some coloring. We've got paints in the back, so we can color that in. Very, very cool as well. Maybe Kismet will do some art on the stream. Oh, I always love a cool button. Getting that hype going. Put a 1 in the chat, everybody. Get that hype going. Gotta love it. Right now, I'm waking up my family right now. Let's get you guys over here so we can see you guys in the chat. There we go. Let's get that hype in the chat going. Oh, I love that button. That's awesome. I have another one, too. Where's my other one? It says super cute. It goes, thank you. It's a little kid, and they say thank you in there. I got to hunt that down. I re-cleaned up my desk here. I think it's over there among all that stuff. I show this to my daughter, and she lost her mind, everybody. She loves dinosaurs. So here we go. What's up, everybody? It's a little dinosaur. Of course, my green screen is dropping it out a little bit, a little freaky. You know what's better than a dinosaur? 2 dinosaurs. Even more so when their eyes are dropping out. Oh, God, really freaky. Now, little puppet show here in the stream. Dinosaur puppet show. What else we got? We got a dry erase pin that goes along with probably our goal, I would imagine. What do we got? Oh, a whole bunch of googly eyes right over there. Now, I'm the type of person, everybody, that I would just give this stuff out to you guys. That's probably what it's going to end up with it. Whatever my kids don't grab. Oh, okay, that's cool. Oh, man, that's super cool. Hold on, I'm going to take my glasses off. I think you guys are going to dig this. They're all wrapped up. Oh, my God, that is not good for me. Check it out. Woo, fancy. Oh my God, I have to close my eyes. But I'm shining it toward the light so you guys can see it. Can you guys even see it? I don't even know. Yeah, they are sparkly glasses, but wow, does that activate my vertigo. They're real heavy too. That's actually the thing in there. I might give those guys out to you guys. I would not be able to wear these, everybody. I think, oh yeah, nope. You got vertigo, that's a no. Wow, that's a real big no. So that means you guys go and get that in the giveaway. That's really cool too. They're really heavy and they're awesome. Big love to them. Those are pretty awesome. But if somebody like me has vertigo, that's not good. Not good for me, but awesome. A future giveaway for you guys. I'm gonna put them back in their little safety wrapper there for you guys. In the future. Oh, confetti things. I let my kids do these outside. My wife would kill me if they did them inside. What do we got here? Little symbols or something. Little symbols? Oh, they're finger symbols. Oh, I like that. That's cool. Oh, wait. Oh, how do I do them? I don't know. How you do them? I don't know. I don't know. How do you do finger symbols, everybody? I don't know. I'm not up on my finger symbols. That would just stop it from ringing. You'd want it to hang so it could ring. Thumb and fingers? Oh, the whole thing? Like this? Like that? Like that? Doesn't make it ring. One on your forefinger and one on your thumb. Then you tap the edges together. I don't know. I'm just a noob. What can I say? I'm not good at that. I have to look that up. That's something I would give to you guys as well. I like that though. I like that. Finger symbols. I think those are from the U.S. toy company. I don't know. I might keep those. Use those on stream. Oh, look at this. The best of Mad Libs. Oh, see, this would have been great if I actually, because I was going to drive all the way there. Everybody's going to, well, obviously not all the way to Hawaii, but all the way to California. This would have been great with my kids. It has a whole bunch of Mad Libs in there. You can see all the things that you can do. So you go in and you like, so you want to be fierce and, and then you would write an adjective on there. Fierce and bold pirate captain, right? So you write something like that. And then noun, color, and all of that stuff. And then, of course, especially if you're passing it around, so one person writes the first word, one person writes the second word, and you always got that one person who's going to write all the weird words in there and cause the story to be real weird. Yeah, that does happen. What else we got in here? Oh, we got some more of this. I'm going to let my kids blast those outside in the yard. I'm not doing that in my office. There's no way I'm doing that. What the heck? What the heck is this thing? Oh, okay. Oh, I'm down. Which way? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter which way. All right. Oh, this could be a new thing on the stream. It's a hat. Oh, I got to take my thing off. It's a hot dog hat, everybody. Look at that. That's so cool. It doesn't fit my big fat head, though. I think that's what it is. It looks like a hot dog hat. I have too big of a head for this kind of stuff, everybody. I've learned that. My kids could wear it. That's another thing I'd probably give away. I could not wear it. My head is too big. I'm not kidding. My head is way too big for this kind of stuff. All right, hold on. Maybe if I fix this lining a little bit. Maybe I'll get my head way in there. Let's try it again. Here we go. Oh, that's where the tag is. Tag's in the back. All right. I'm going to try really hard to get on my head. Oh, wait. No, there we go. Yeah, that's on. That's good. Imagine walk around TwitchCon with a big fat hot dog head. There we go. That's as long as it's going to last. But it's really cool. It's all plush. Someone made a hot dog. Looks like it's on mustard. And again, my green screen is going to drop it out because of the reflection. But very cool. Love the hot dog hat. That might be something we do here on stream. I got to figure out how to actually wear the thing as well. Now I'm going to leave my my Valheim up for everybody. We've got a bunch of other stuff in here, which is just this. We got a bunch of this stuff. A whole box full of that stuff left. Little crinkly stuff, which gets everywhere. And I think that's it. Oh man, we went out large at the end there with the hot dog hat. And that's it. That's it for the St. Jude box. Thank you very much to St. Jude for sending that over here. And it's the gift that's going to keep on giving because I'm going to send some of that stuff to you. I think my favorite is the hot dog hat. I love the hot dog hat. That's awesome. And I love for my daughter the little dinosaurs. Very cute little thing. That some of that stuff I could use on stream. Definitely going to send you guys the cool glasses and whatnot. We're going to put that in the next phase of the One Last Wave project. We're going to be raising funds for that travel. Last round of fundraising for that travel. We're going to be doing that starting on Sunday, tomorrow, or today, depending on your time zone. Is it today now? Yes. We're going to be doing that later today. Not sure what time I'm going to start. It depends on how I feel. Probably around 1 p.m. if I can. If I can't start then obviously I'll let you know on my Discord and on my social media as well. So that's it for that. Now I'm going to go ahead and talk to my crew real quick, and then we'll get into some more fun. Let's do that.
It's very weird, but
all right, everybody, let me jump in here for a second. I'm going to be heading out, but I'm going to leave the server up. I'm going to leave it up 24/7 for you guys to work. Now, again, everybody remember, do not touch other people's projects. Do not disassemble stuff that is not yours. Do not take all of the resources and take off with it and go build something. Make sure that you do replenish the resources that you do take and all of that. The standard rules that are in the Discord.
Alrighty.
Happy.
All right, have a good time, everybody. I'm going to go play some baseball and do some giveaways. We'll see you guys next time.
You should do a Mad Lib stream as one of your next rewards.
Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah. Let's, well, it's kind of hard for you guys to see. I'd have to have an overhead camera. I guess we would. Is there like a game
you just would take from the chat the words that you need and then read it out.
Oh, right. Oh, I bet that's what that's for too. I bet that's what it's for. Take ideas from chat and put it in there. I see. I don't know. I've never done that on stream, but that is a good idea. I wrote it down. That would be fun. Yeah, do like Mad Libs. Oh,
Sounds like a lot of fun.
even more so, themed Mad Libs. Like we could just do the theme of whatever game we're playing, like Fallout or whatever.
That's wonderful.
Themed Mad Libs. See, that's what I want to do. Is just shrink down the thing, which would make it even more funny.
Do
Like
something
give me
trivia.
the name of one of the companions in Fallout 4 or one of the companions in Fallout, and then I write it down or whatnot. See, I'd like to limit it a bit further than just whatever. All right, let's go ahead and go over here. I'm going to go ahead and log out in the actual base. Right over here. Boom, I'm out of there. Thanks for watching this video. Keep the Kismet love train a-going. Drop by my Patreon and show your support. Big thanks going out to Resident Spike, Rotisserie G, JC Hunter, AMZ, Carlo, Notorious TDK, Scriplin, Ems, Brando, and Blaring Fire. Click to watch more videos, and I'll see you next time.